Hello, chat. Oblivion looks weird. Yeah, very funny. All right. Wait, I'm calling Lobos. Different mic today. I am back home.
Hi. Hello. Hello.
All right, I'll make a sorcerer since you said that seems pretty fun.
That's what chat said.
Okay.
Don't
I'm holding you to this, Lobos.
Let's see. Oh wait, there's some quests. Let's go. Ooh, there's a lot of quests we completed. There's dailies. All of these give like blue or like gear. Oh my god. Hold on.
Yeah, we're just we're checking out this game with Lobos, and then we're gonna be doing some like co-op stuff later, and maybe we'll do Oblivion after. I don't know. We're just kind of winging it today, chat. Just doing some other stuff.
Oh wait, these aren't blue gear. They're white.
How did you turn in the? Oh, they're white.
Journey on the right.
Oh.
I don't know if they're characters. No, I guess not, because I switched characters and claimed it all.
What the?
But you get a bunch of chests that let you claim like what armor piece you want, which is kind of nice.
Do the daily investigations too?
Yeah.
So much stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff. I'm not gonna use any of it until I know what I'm doing with this class, though. Oh, but there's a green weapon chest. That's super nice. You can select a material. Good. Wait, oh, I need to get back on my fighter and upgrade my shops or whatever. Oh, okay. I thought it was only 2 character slots, but there's another one. Like they keep opening them.
Oh, okay.
If you keep adding, so. Ooh, my fighter dude looks baller now.
All right.
Oh, shop level 3.
Jeez.
I'm zooming.
Crazy.
What do these other things do? Springhorn healing. Oh, I think that's my R ability. Actually increases the healing on that for one of them. It's one that expands your limit on the Gildan stuff.
Hey, Barefoot on the Moon, thank you for the 9 months. Am I going to be finishing Oblivion?
And then something.
No, I'm going to play this game forever.
Ale.
For the rest of my life. We are a Mistfall Hunter streamer now.
Maybe that's like a permanent, like, extra item you can bring in or something. Let me just, creating some materials with those chests they gave.
Oh yeah, maybe I can upgrade my shop more. Scrap leather and pelt. I've got level 3 shop now as well. Okay.
Oh, nice. Let's see. I'm working on the next thing I want to do is the tavern. Actually, I'm really close to level 4 shop too. I got one of those silver bowls. Okay, let me swap character. Oh wait, quests.
I have a full green set on the sorcerer.
Damn.
Oh yeah.
Do you even know how to play it yet?
No.
All right. Swapping. Okay,
Yo,
well, you're
what's
gonna have
up,
to carry.
Okay.
Oh wait, we have separate friends lists for characters. It looks like, or yeah, I guess so. What's your character name?
Breezy.
What is it? Freezy?
Yeah, IE at the end.
Oh, okay. Wait, is it capital F?
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, it's capital.
It's case sensitive.
Yeah, okay. That's one. All right.
There's no EU server. Oh,
Hey, wait, let me check my heals and stuff.
actually, okay, I'll take off the green gear for now, just
We're probably gonna
Just-
die fast. Like,
so I can. Yeah, should probably learn the.
I'm not gonna be able to tank for us. Oh my god, put some clothes on. Tarzan, please.
I sold all of my old gear, so I'm going in naked, but.
Oh yeah, let's go. Naked boys. Wait, can you sell it for money?
No.
Oh, you sold it for 0?
I was like, I don't need this anymore. So I got the green gear.
Oh, I can spin you. Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, we can spin each other.
Nice.
Oh yeah, chat. So I am commissioning Chains Boyo to make a 2x enemies mod for Dark Souls 2, or at least he seems to think it's possible. So DS2 may make a return. I do kind of want to try that Expedition 33 game today as well. It does look cool, but I do want to play more Oblivion. I don't know. I'm like tempted to switch off Master difficulty in Oblivion. It's like, God, it's so fucking bad. Yeah, Expedition 33 looks really good, but I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are enjoying the Oblivion playthrough, and I mean, I'm having fun with it too. Yeah, you deal 20% while enemies deal 500%. Like, who came up with this shit? It's just, it's so dumb because if you summon, it's like you're not even playing on master difficulty. Or I don't know, summoning is just... And the reason for that, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, also this fucking queue is taking forever. When you summon, well, yeah, when you summon the enemies, they're not affected by the like damage reduction, because like normally you deal 20%, right? But your summons deal full damage, or maybe they even deal 500%. I don't know, but yeah. He won't stream Oblivion. You motherfucker. Yeah, I'm done with Oblivion forever, you bozo. Yeah, this queue is taking a while.
What's going on?
Jeez, it's just, dude.
I can.
You know how much I
get
get that? You know how much I get that as a streamer? Like, oh my god, streamer, you're not playing a game for 1 fucking second of your life. What happened? What happened? Where's Oblivion?
Oh wow! It knew.
Okay, lucky boy. Oh, we. Oh, maybe that's why it took a while.
Oh yeah. Oh.
The hell do these?
I'm gonna mute him.
How do you mute?
I just scrolled down in the audio settings. Oh, he's going, dude. He's level 3 too. He's gonna carry. Okay. I'm gonna steal all his loot.
Probably should have looked at my skills.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh shit. I did. Oh that. Oh bees. I have like a proper dodge.
Did you not have a dodge, just a fighter?
It was like a bloodborne dash. This is like a roll dodge.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
There's a
people fighting
longbow
over
on
here.
this.
He's going in. He's going in.
Oh, I'm coming. Oh, I'm invisible.
Oh my god.
This is murdering.
Oh, the alpha got the dude, the dog. Dude, I don't think you have to reload as this class, and I've hit F twice, or hit R twice. I've been scanned by an enemy player.
Holy.
My position is now exposed.
Yeah, this class seems pretty dank. It's loud?
Yeah?
Okay.
Oh, there's definitely. Oh, there's a team right here. Okay. Nice. Stole that kill.
Heck
Nice.
yeah. Free clothing.
This guy's got a lot of stuff. Yoink.
Nice.
Oh, you got clothes. Nice.
I can still hear this guy. Whatever, he seems alright.
Oh, this is the horrible elite thing. I don't fight that guy.
But we're 3-man now.
Yeah, we're 3-man.
We're freaking
Oh, I see what you're
strong.
saying. You're just saying. Well,
Yeah, let's do it. I'm going in.
oh god, dude. Right.
Yeah, Sorcerer is like... Oh, that's awkward. Sorcerer seems really good.
On me, it looks like. I'm just gonna keep ducking in and out of this cave. Oh god. Oh, I'm out of stam. Dude, running out of stam is so bad. I thought there was this low debuff that they put on us at some point. Holy shit. Oh god. Come on. Who's he on?
He's on. He's
Kill?
smashing me.
Killing you!
I'm gonna die, Lobos, come!
Coming up, coming up, coming! No! Oh,
I'm dead!
no! What the fuck?
Can you
I
take
think
my,
our
like,
bro
soul? Yeah.
left.
Do you think he DC'd? Wait.
You got a longbow?
Yeah, I was gonna give that to you, but then we were fighting those guys.
That's fine. I don't know what happened to the other dude. I'm running
He
back really
seems like he DC'd. Or, no, he went to go talk to his mom or something, I don't know.
I don't know what to do. I'm just gonna.
He's back now.
Oh shoot! Oh, there's a longbow off weapon. Unnecessary. Okay.
Interrupt that huge move. A little bug.
I don't think there's any reload, which is nice. Yeah, I guess I could go hang out with him. I don't know if we can res you. I didn't see like a soul or anything.
Okay. What's up, Golden
I
Phoenix?
guess I'm gonna clear my way back to him. I don't know if he's just doing his own thing or whatever.
Yeah,
I also
he's
wouldn't mind
kinda
doing
this.
this.
Yeah, we can just leave and re-queue if we want.
Abandon game.
So there's no lever
Timer.
punishment.
Timer. Waiting. Okay. Okay. But
Once dead, you're dead. I see.
You lost all your greens, huh?
Oh, I didn't bring him in. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Oh. Purple, let's see. We got, did you get the weekly? Kill 5 players.
Oh,
You can choose a blue
probably.
weapon and a purple
Oh,
material. Hello. Dang. I'm not gonna do that yet. So wait, is your R a heal as well?
Yeah. Yeah, I think every
Okay,
class
so
gets the
everybody
like
gets-
R heal. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So that's what you can upgrade to increase the healing of, which is really nice.
Oh, okay.
That's the goddess statue.
I do not. Oh my god, there's so many talents, dude.
Okay.
I don't even know. I don't know what to go.
Okay, I got a white longbow. Bring in.
Okay, wait. I can summon a
wonder
wall
what weapons I can use
that
in the
blocks
Elf
stuff. And
Oh, I leveled. Oh, snap.
oh, allies can shoot through the gate with their projectiles. So I can enter stealth,
Ooh, I unlocked lightning arrow.
mist mode, become immune to everything. There's the flame blade,
Oh.
thunder
So as
strike.
archer, you unlock different ammo types, and then you choose like which one you're bringing in. Wait, how many
Oh.
can I have? Oh, they're abilities. Never mind, I think. Yeah. Wait, no? This is separate from abilities.
Yeah, there's like so many talents. It's a little
I see.
overwhelming
You can just,
almost.
It seems like you can just swap ammo type on the fly as a whole separate thing.
Oh, yeah, I can buy accessories now.
Oh, nice.
My nice little green necklace. Yeah, this is like third burst dark and darker. Yo, what's up, Brogboy? Hey, Hiko, thank you for the 104 months. Am I gonna play Expedition 33 at some point? Yeah, I would like to try it. It seems really cool. No, I'm not sponsored to play this game, chat. All right, well, I'm ready. Oh yeah, we should probably not fill.
Oh, yeah. Let's fix that. Okay. All right. I'm ready.
All right. Streamer plays a game must be sponsored. Yeah. I get that so often now. It's like anytime I'm playing anything, it's like, is this sponsored? Oh wait, actually though, hold on. Well, you know what? I have the fucking branded content tag still on my stream. So maybe that's why people have been asking this. Forgot to turn that off. There's like when you like set your stream title, there's an option to like mark it as a sponsored stream, and I turned that on the last time I did a sponsor, and I fucking forgot to take it off for like a week now. No, I don't think many people notice it though. I don't even really know how it's like displayed, to be honest. Yeah, I do so much damage with this class.
Nice.
Very
What
strong.
is it just your like
It's like a few different abilities. So my left click here does like 80 damage. It's like summons the lightning beneath him. And then I have this fire sword. That's pretty good damage. Like homing soul mass.
Oh wow. Okay, I see how my arrows work. Interestingly, it's like you can toggle on an arrow type, and then it's got like 3 uses, and then you have to recharge. You reload that.
Oh.
But it also uses a lot of skill to do that. But yeah, we're destroying now, like easily. Ooh, brass necklace. Ooh. Let me take it.
All you. I bought a green necklace before I came in.
No, oh shit. Is there a separate magical attack? Or no?
Yeah, there's like a magic damage. Or no, I think attack is everything, but there's also like a magic attack stat too.
Gotcha.
Or something like that. Magic damage bonus.
I'm just cheesing this dude over here. Man, range is... Oh, wait.
Oh, should we go... There's like a big chest somewhere near us. I don't know if we need to go up.
Yeah. Up. Looks like it's got an up arrow.
Game is very loud.
Oh, shit.
Hold on.
Oh, boy. You good? Did you crash?
No,
Yes?
okay, it's just chat was complaining about the volume, and then I thought I was safe. Oh, my bad. I didn't
My stam regen is not good. Maybe because longbow, I'm not sure.
No, it's not chat's fault. I'm sorry.
Green. Oh. Did we do these guys before? Oh, that's
This is
like
the guy.
big boy.
Yeah, this is...
The
You need
ice
to be
one?
ready for him to teleport and like dodge it.
Yeah.
You need to keep like hot, decent stam.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to waste your greens.
I mean, I just have a necklace on.
Okay.
Get him, Lobos.
Oh god, that guy's healthy too. That range is almost this entire room.
Yeah.
We can use the pillar to kite though. My stand sucks.
Yeah, I think some like green blossoms in this game or something.
My stand regen on fighter is so much better. Teleported. Okay, I got him on me, the big main guy. Stay away from the illusions. I'll take them out when they spawn.
Yeah.
Oh. It's the... Oh, do we have another one? We have 2 of them.
Is that not just the illusion? Oh my.
Oh, maybe it is. You might be right.
Okay, I killed one of these guys.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh gosh. Oh, I think the icicles from the sky actually don't work. I think they hit the ceiling.
Hmm. Oh my god, he still has so much health.
Yeah. Well, we haven't really been fighting them.
Yeah. Oh, the circle's coming, Lobos.
Oh god. Yeah, we got... Oh, going through his room? Let's go through his room.
I'm dead!
Oh
Oh, he trapped me. I'm gonna die. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lobos.
No.
Goodbye,
Oh,
Lobos.
no!
Here, close the door and grab my neck. Grab my neck.
Oh, he can teleport in here. He's gonna. Oh my god, dude.
No, he won't. He won't teleport in. Trust.
Wait, what? Oh, that's not you. There. Dead guy. All right, got your neck.
That's really all.
Heal. All right. But now I got to get past him. Unless you reset. Well, maybe you reset. Going this way.
Oh my god, man. The PvE in this game is like... it's brutal. They're so tanky. I mean, I guess we're in trios, so like maybe the enemies are like scaled up for trios.
I don't think I'm gonna make it this.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Yeah.
You got 2 heals left.
Maybe. No, I got a lot of heals, but yeah. Okay. I guess you can find the bellboys pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Ooh, what is that? Excuse me. Dude! Everywhere there's dudes! There's a bell thing! Okay, hold on. I did no damage. Excuse me. Oh. I've been stam regen. Can you see my stamina?
Yeah,
Oh
I know,
my
dude. The
God.
stamina, it's like, you just can't do anything when your stam is low in this game. I don't... Maybe there's like stam potions or something? Regen
Maybe it's
potions?
based on... Yeah, I don't know. Their stats? I don't even... Dude!
Because like attacking using stam is just so rough.
Look at that. I didn't want to do this. Okay. Oh, shit. Wasn't even paying attention.
Oh, Kemi, I expected better of you.
No. Whoa. Did you see that?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Kemi being
Congrats
a fucking
happening.
classic Twitch chatter.
Come on, dude. How would I do so little damage to these things?
Not
miss.
playing a game for one
Okay, nice.
for one
Stamina.
moment.
Waiting. I don't know if I can headshot
Is he
these.
wrong? Yeah, he is wrong. What do you think I'm gonna play this game like forever? I mean, what?
Yep. There's a thing where it definitely seems really good for bosses, where like if you keep shooting the same target, you get more damage.
Sometimes you guys
I need
just
to take
like
out. Maybe I can just pull the woodling over here. Hey, buddy. Yeah. Wait. Oh. There we go. It's fine. I'm gonna get your amulet,
remember your
dude.
dark and darker addiction.
Oh God.
Yeah, I mean, Dark and Darker was really, really popular though, and actually did pretty well for my stream.
There you go. Okay,
And was a
so
brand
height
new
advantage,
game
dude.
of that genre.
I got it.
Easy.
Nice. It seemed like the bells were a lot rarer, but maybe.
And it's like, I actually think that's one of the most annoying things as a streamer, like genuinely. It's just, like if you're playing a game, you're doing a playthrough of a game, and then you play anything else, chat just will not shut the fuck up about it. It's like,
Yeah, we should.
you just cannot enjoy another game without it being like, did you quit? Did you
At
quit
least-
it? Why are you not playing it? I'm so sad he's not playing it. Oh my god, blah blah blah. Fuck off, like, it's so annoying. Genuinely. Can I just enjoy another game with my friend for 1 hour without a million people being like, what happened?
Did you see
Your
like
brand
the
is not variety
leveling
streamer?
effect on the neck you bought?
What is my brand then? Oblivion playthrough streamer? How is that not variety? All right. Anyways. I don't know if I want to play sorcerer. It's good, but the thing is, like the auto attacks use stam, right? Like there's no way to attack as sorcerer without using stam. So you just end up in these positions where you just can't do anything for like 10 seconds, and then if you dodge, you also like can no longer attack as well. You know.
Yeah.
I might go back on the cleric. I actually kind of like the cleric. It's the damage isn't as good, but
yeah,
I can auto attack spam, so that's nice.
Yeah, fighter's kind of the same.
Yeah, fighter did seem pretty good.
Yeah, very tanky. Yeah, you know what? Let's go for that. I'll go back on the fighter. Ooh. Oh, another survive for 1 hour in game. That's a weekly.
Get me. Oh, nice. I think I got some more mail too.
I want to unlock this hero's ale.
All right, we got extra healing. You looked absolutely pathetic in the last few battles, losing left and right. Recovered some of your stuff from you. Oh. Yeah, there is a second page. Yeah. All right, well, I'm completely broke, but that's okay.
Swapping characters. Oh, we have to reform group, I guess.
Oh, I accidentally just went into the tutorial.
Oh.
It was, I think there's like a reward. I was in the journey thing.
Yeah. I saw that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, what do you get? Regular heals, Gildan Blood. And then you get a common armor chest if you do the second one.
But yeah, chat, there I'm commissioning the Dark Souls 2 rando mod creator to make a 2x
I'm gonna get a blue weapon.
A 2x enemies mod. Okay, screw it. I'm gonna do that too, because I know what I'm doing with this class. Getting the good stuff.
Yeah. Just sell a little bit of stuff here. Oh wait. Very close. Oh, dude, I have a green sorcerer chest, but not for you. Do you see the there's like these skills on the better gear that like have levels?
Oh yeah, I guess they're like, oh, if you press left control, you can go over it.
Yeah. But I'm wondering how you level it up. Maybe you keep
I think it's just having same, it's like set bonus pieces, and like the more that you have with that skill, because so if you press control on the item that has it, you can go over it.
Oh, damn.
It's like Monster Hunter almost.
Yeah, what the heck? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, that's sick, dude. I have level 4 Wrath, which is plus 14% Fizz and magic damage.
Damn. Okay.
Quick. Oh, wait, that's when I'm below 50% health. Never mind. Oh, I have two. I also have like another one that's increased defenses when low health, so maybe I'll just sit at 49% health the whole time. Oh, this one recovers energy upon dealing a critical hit. So that's probably something you would want to
Okay.
build for like work or something. That's cool though.
All right, I'm bringing in 15 healing pots.
Woo!
I'm ready.
Okay, I'm bringing.
There's a new
13
repo light called Spooky Cargo.
good ones too.
I don't know, but it sounds. I mean, maybe it's good. It's not even on Steam. It's all right. It's all right, Larxa. I'm officially commissioning the guy who did the rando. Kim. I'm just saying, for like, just giving you guys a heads up that 2x Dark Souls 2 might be a thing. Well, it might even go up to 3x potentially. But yeah, it'll be like scary cargo. Oh, okay. The thing is, I'm not sure. I mean, I'll probably try to do it permadeath. It might just end up. It might be so difficult it just ends up being like a challenge run or something.
All
but
right.
we'll see.
We're gonna destroy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're at the same spawn. I wonder if it's the same enemies. Oh. What's your noise? I'm gonna open the door and look. It does look like the same enemies, so I guess. I aggroed the fire priestess lady. Wait, she's stuck.
Okay.
Oh, never mind, not anymore.
I'll kill this guy.
Not very good at hitting with that. Oh, she's not dead. She's dead.
Ooh, necklace for you.
Oh?
Okay. Do we?
No.
No, let's not do it. Don't do it this time. No.
Those guys suck for melee. Holy
Yeah.
shit, that necklace is dope.
Oh.
Oh yeah, one of the pots did that, huh?
Yeah, attacked me.
Throwing dagger. Okay.
Let's go north, maybe. Oh, that's right.
Do you need apprentice pants? Pants on this guy.
Sure.
There's
Actually,
light.
I have some.
Okay.
Oh, there's players here.
Mm.
They pulled the enemy though,
Okay.
I think.
Oh.
Yeah, we I don't know,
They
maybe.
still left?
Oh, I think they might be coming around.
Oh yeah. Let's go. They're down here. Keep going. Oh wow.
Nice.
Okay. Got him.
Just one murder hobo on them, Lobos.
Yeah. It's really cool because like the charge ability has an activation time, but you can like rotate the camera, and by the time you charge, it'll track. So it's like super nice for hitting people.
Yeah, you get so many healing. There's so much healing in this.
I was worried we'd be jumping in and people would have gear and destroy us, but now we're doing that, so.
Yeah, this combo seems good. You can just go in and I just heal you.
Yeah. Apprentice Hood?
I need bracers and pants. I got green stuff. Otherwise.
Yep. Look at this. They're just dying, they're getting shredded now.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oh, is that a blue on that guy? He's like shiny. Oh no, that's just purple. Wait, you can.
Hated.
Oh. It debuffed me.
Oh, this is the weird spot that glitches out.
Yep, yep. I want to see if I can parry. Let me parry you. There we go. Nice. I'm stuck.
So much junk.
Stuff stacked. I've got like 3
Yeah.
lazurites. They all take a spot. Bees. Left tower.
Head towards the main hall, I guess.
Red place? Oh, that seems like boss, dude. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be fun.
Yeah.
You gasped one because I fell off the ledge. Ah, we're fine.
Key.
Oh,
Oh, bracers? Nice. I'll take the key. Oh, you got it. Oh, wait, no, right.
Alright.
Wait, where's the...
Do we need to go up or?
Oh, you can zoom the map and, like, drag. That's nice. Yeah, I think we need to go back and around to the right.
I don't know if we can.
Oh. Elevator.
Yeah, but that just
Yeah.
goes back up. Oh wait, maybe it goes. Oh, it goes all the way up. Aha.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I have a blue item. Got the arcane elixir catalyst. Bean.
Bean.
That's just a sellable, I think.
Hello?
You can actually do a 3-man, yeah. Oh, Dink Donk is here.
Hello. Oh my. Well, I guess we can be ready.
Oh, there's one.
Did you just drop one? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, that's slightly sus.
Oh, let's take a look. You ready?
Yeah.
Oh. Ooh.
Dried flower knot. Oh wait, you might have to wake him up.
Oh.
No. I don't think we can do this, Lobos. Well, we could see what the damage. Oh no, the door is locked. Well, that's
Oh, are you
great.
serious? Can you key it? Oh no. Wait,
Alright,
so
well-
other players can't join?
I guess not. That's just.
Oh my god! No, bro!
Shielding you.
I'm out of stam. I can't do anything.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm also out of stamina. Okay.
What's he doing? I don't like that. Oh, I parried his leap!
He's going
Oh,
in.
and I got one shot by it! Okay.
I can heal you while you're.
Oh no! I didn't know it would lock us in!
It's okay, buddy. If only I had like an Invis potion.
Watching him. He's doing the thing. Oh, God. I parried his leap, but then the ground erupted, and I. Oh, you can kill him. Oh. Oh. That's interesting. No, let's go. This is it. This is it. Not it.
I don't think it's possible, honestly. Unless there's like a way to like increase the res speed.
Damn, that's crazy.
Let's see, maybe.
Can you get a bell cast off?
That's what I'm thinking. Maybe I can.
Yeah, okay. Oh. Oh, you can
I'm
move
gonna
while
get
doing
it.
it. Did you get my
Okay.
sword?
No, I'm gonna try.
Okay. That's the only thing I would say. Make
Yeah.
sure. Oh god. Oh, if it's spicy, you can just get out.
No, I'm gonna try. I can do this.
Oh.
I just gotta wait for the right moment. I think this is. Oh. No, you can't move. Oh, that was it.
Okay. You got
I still
this.
got time.
Wait for him to charge past you. Yeah. There we go. This is it. This is it.
I got it.
You got it. Get out.
I got it.
Okay, are you? I wonder if you're immune during this.
I hope so.
I hope so too. Wow.
At least I believe I got it. I clicked on it.
Damn,
so
that
I
was
think
sick.
I got it.
That's okay. Worst case. Wow.
Damn, that guy is pretty strong.
No joke.
Were you really were you at full health when he killed you? Did he actually one shot?
We could review. I
Drop
definitely
sword
saw
on floor. No way. No, I didn't do that. Don't say that.
Oh, your trials have proven you worthy of the victory wine. What the hell is that? Victory wine.
Okay. Yeah, I got the sword.
Hey, nice.
I thought I grabbed something else, but I think I only got the sword. I didn't see what the name was. You guys are scaring me.
Okay, so you unlock these buffs that apply for like the entire exploration. And there's a free one that you get every time, or you can spend materials to get like upgraded ones. That's what the hero's ale and stuff is. So like, I'm able to choose. You choose from like 2 affixes, and there's a bunch. Like, let's see, cast speed. I'm looking at like a skill cooldown speed. There's probably stam regen, max HP, defense. There's a lot of things.
The heck?
You can also get.
Oh, I have a
think,
3rd skill now.
Oh?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Could equip an extra one. I got like an extra slot. Cool.
There's max energy.
How do you use the victory wine? You know?
In the top right, click it, and then that's what I was just talking about, like the thing.
Yeah.
Oh, but like, how do you actually apply it? If you click it, then you can choose 2 affixes, and at the bottom it says drink. I haven't done it yet though. I can bring a I'm gonna get this. Where is it? There's like an aura that gives defense to both of us, I think.
Ooh, okay.
Brotherhood. And then I'll take attack damage. There's also like movement speed. There's max stamina. Max HP. There's one for blocking.
Chanting speed. Dodge energy cost reduction. That seems good. Oh, are you doing the Brotherhood?
Yeah, so I'm doing Brotherhood, and then I'm just taking Valor, which is just damage.
Ah.
Fizz damage.
Shield strength. Okay. All right, I drank my wine. I suppose I'm ready.
Let me see one sec.
Wait, did you want to
So
play?
you're bringing the
Larkson?
blue weapon, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring a green helm since you start with no helm. Boop. Oh, let me check my camp real quick.
I am a cleric, and Lobos is a fighter. We are the dream team.
Nice. I got Hero's Ale unlocked, but I already drank.
Denelor,
right.
and your.
Let's go.
We could invite you. You've also been sweating this game pretty hard, though. I'm kind of enjoying being a noob for a little bit. I do kind of like look like a pyromancer. True.
Do you have the weapon?
Oh, yeah, yes. There you go.
Woo. Nice.
We put on the blue, we'll be in juicer lobbies. Oh, that's
Really?
apparently so, according to Denalorn. He's been going hard on this game.
Oh, Denalorn, of course.
He plays all the Dark and Darker legs. He loves them.
Uh-oh. Is that death? No.
Well, he's not dead.
Yeah. Ooh, big parry. That was sick. Oh, what? I
I'm
dodged.
like an Elden Ring perfumer, yeah. True.
Shield came in clutch. See, there's a little hidden space here. I'm looking. Oh, never mind.
Oh. Oh, there's a horsey head statue.
Oh, yeah. I'm coming back to you.
Okay. I will say the stamina in this game feels like really rough sometimes, Denny. I don't know.
Yeah, I still want to go back and look at the... Oh, wait. Green
good.
head for you.
Ooh.
I want to go back and look at the... How I died to the boss? Because I parried his leap and then, yeah, it just erupted.
Oh, I see.
I feel like one shot me. I probably took damage through the parry, but... I don't know. Ow, what the fuck? Whoa, dude, this guy is kicking my ass.
This guy's strong.
I guess we need to range the horse head or something?
I got him. Oh, Jesus, Lobos. So, I wonder, like, could we bait them away and, like, just yoink the chest?
The chest has a purple icon on it. Do you see that?
Yeah, it's probably,
And
like,
then the dude's
locked.
got purple. Yeah, probably. We could maybe pull him into the horse head. I don't know.
I don't know. God, we're gonna die. I don't know. I feel like we need 3 people for this.
Or
we
you
need
could
better
climb
gear.
I think you could just shoot down at him.
I don't even have that much range.
Oh, okay. As ranger, what have you come here? Oh, fuck! Oh, well, okay.
Please don't hit me off the
alright.
ladder.
Oh, he's gonna do some ranged. Yep. No. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right, Lobos, just open the door.
Opening. Oh no. Interrupted me. Okay. All right. Well. Oh, I parried.
Yeah, I'm the
Yeah,
cleric class.
These smoke vases will make you leave footprints behind, so players can track you.
Oh.
Kinda cool.
Interesting.
Ooh.
Oh, there's a
neck here for you.
green.
In the chest. Yeah, green.
Ooh, okay. Hell yeah. There is a Axeman over here.
Is he by himself?
Yes. We can take him. Go in, Lobos. I'll shield you.
All right. Ow. Ow. He hit hard, dude. I'm gonna parry.
Gotta hit that parry.
There we go.
Easy.
Okay. I'll hit that parry again. Nope. Come here. Oh, oh my god. Can you reach me? Oh man. Oh god.
Lobos!
I got heals for now.
Okay.
Can we get a safe spot? We can, I think. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, let's move over here.
I'm out of my big heal. And there's another dude to your right. Careful.
I'm baiting him.
Shit.
I'm getting so...
Okay, Berserker guy over here reset.
Okay.
Looks like. Okay, it's just this guy now. Holy shit. I parried the skull. Oh wait, dog.
God, when you're out of stam in this game, you just get like so fucked
Yeah,
up.
messed up. Parry. Come on.
Oh, this guy's pretty weak at least.
Yeah, I remember killing this guy.
Ah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, multiple enemies in this game is like no joke.
Well, armor upgrade. Do that. Okay. I've got some heal pots.
Yeah,
Let them roll.
I brought in like 18. They're pretty cheap at least, so.
Yeah.
Some chests in here.
Coming. Another one of the mace dudes. Oh, he daggered. Ooh. There we go. Nice. Yeah, parry seems insanely strong if you can land it. Ooh, look at these pants for you, dude.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah.
Holy. I still had my white pants on as well, so that's perfect. Are you gonna buy a Switch 2, by the way?
Yeah.
Gotcha. You haven't tried
did
to
a-
pre-order yet?
I did a very weak attempt last night. I was like, 2 hours late, and I was like, is there one?
Yeah. I didn't even know that like it released yesterday until almost like midnight.
Yeah, I saw like a time, and then I forgot about it. I don't really need it till Dustblood, so
Yeah,
that's next year.
same. Oh. It's this guy.
Oh no, dude! Not in this. Like,
But we have this
don't have
whole
any
area.
aim.
There, no, I'm gonna aggro him. He'll come down, surely. Just
oh,
let's
I see. Oh, okay, nice.
He can come down, right?
I mean, he usually teleports, but we might need to be in line of sight. Oh. Come on, buddy. Oh. No. homing soul man. Come on, dude. Okay.
I can hit him from here at least.
Oh, there's players.
Oh shit.
Coming. Oh god. That's not good. I'm getting destroyed by him. Okay, backing up. Just let me know if there's something behind. Okay, no, moving.
All right, let's go this way.
They might have aggroed him?
Yeah.
Oh, they're right there. I've gone in. This guy's almost
Okay,
dead.
nice. We're down.
You can
I gotta
execute
back
him.
out.
Oh shit! I got interrupted.
Careful.
Yeah. I'm gonna make sure they don't res. They got a ranger. I kind of want to charge the ranger. Dude, I'm not.
Oh, the fucking frost on.
Oh, that's what the fuck it is.
Oh, I healed you. No.
Oh no. Stay up, stay up. I'm using my last heal now. Okay, the dude died for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You can go in if you want. I can heal you.
They keep interrupting me,
Yeah.
like, no matter what I do. I'm gonna climb.
Okay.
go up.
Yeah, yeah. The enemy's up there, but
Yeah, he is. I'm gonna run through, because we had a path. I'm running and jumping. Are you climbing too?
I'll climb with you. Yeah. Coming up.
Ah, there's another player over here. Solo player, I think.
Okay.
Oh, this guy's wrong. Bro.
Come over by me.
Okay.
Do you have any heals left? Like potions?
No, I'm trying to loot. Oh god.
Here, I'm dropping 3 for you here.
Okay, okay. He's on you. Got him. Oh, dude, this is a huge boy on me now. Oh my god.
Oh no.
I dropped.
Okay, I'm coming with
Okay,
you.
I found a player. There's a player down here.
Okay. That guy's leaving. That guy's leaving.
Okay.
So just, yeah, keep drinking.
I am. Wait. He's right in that little tunnel.
Okay. He's by himself. Oh. Okay. Let's go on. Fuck it.
Oh.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Okay. No.
I'm healing you. You can go in.
I've got no stam, dude. I got to back.
This guy's so low. Oh.
Holy
Stam.
No! You gotta be kidding me. This guy. Oh!
Is he dead?
He's not somehow. Oh, he's down.
Okay, back up, Lobos, back up! Oh, I'm shielding you.
Oh my god! Okay, chilling.
Oh, there's 3 of them. All right, let's just back out. We gotta go. We gotta go. Let's try to find Dink Donk.
Oh, can we jump? Oh, shit.
I think we can go up and
I
like
hear someone fighting
around.
up here, I think. Oh, the
It's okay.
Okay.
Trist.
It doesn't start damaging until you get like stacks, I think. Oh, open. There's a guy coming. I'm trying to parry him. Oh god. He's charging you. Fuck, dude. Oh.
I dead.
Opening the gate while he does all that. Let me through.
Nice. Keep going.
Going. I don't have anything.
Where's Dink Donk?
There's a platform? Wait, we could drop down. I think we
Yeah.
gotta drop. Oh, that was fall damage. Please don't kill me, little guy. Looting. Oh.
I'm looking for Dink Donk. Oh, these guys are still here.
Oh no.
They have a fucking bell. Oh wait, Dink Donk is over here. There's a
Okay.
Dink Donk.
There's a dude over here. He's aggroed. I'm opening toward Ding Dong. I think
right.
Guy's coming at me though. Oh no. Oh.
I'm on this guy. All right.
No, I'm going in. That's a bad idea. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. Well, I'm down at least.
Maybe the enemy will go on you. They're not gonna let me res.
Oh no.
Dude, I can't move.
I'm watching the enemy. He's going on them. He's going on them. He blocked him.
Nice.
Okay. Holy shit, dude! I got no health though.
Okay, let's open the door. We gotta.
Holy. Wait, did it
He
here?
left.
No.
Ding Dong left. He teleported over there.
Over there. I'm
Okay, wait,
down,
these guys are-
dude. Oh no, they killed him. Shit. Hold. Are they down?
They're down.
No! He just insta-lotus us out. No. Oh,
I feel
man.
like those fucking
That was
guys, like
creepy.
those players, if they just didn't like focus on killing us, we probably all could have made it out. But they were so hungry for us.
I think we ran into like 3 teams.
Yeah.
How many people are in one? That's okay though.
That was good. Yeah, it was a good try.
That's fun.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And that is why you want to buy a lot of potions, I think.
Yeah.
They're only 11 each, so.
Yeah, it's just that we won the time before, so I forgot to top up.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a special recovery. When receiving 2 or more attacks with impact in quick succession, press dodge to perform a special recovery. It can be executed during stagger and doesn't cost energy.
I know Larksa said she might play, but I don't know if she's...
Oh, okay.
Let me see.
I'll be right back. 1 sec.
Yeah, I didn't realize Larksa. She was in my chat earlier asking about like if she should download it, so I wasn't sure, but I don't think she's feeling well. So I don't know if we're doing the Dark Water game today either. No. Slobo AFK. Yo, Nubis, thank you for the tier 2 43 months, man. What's up, Nubis? I think Lobos is not here. Where'd my name and game come from? It's just a stupid name. You know, I'm gonna use the stealth. That attack ward is good. Do you mean the punishment one? Yeah, the punishment one is definitely good. I've noticed that, yeah. Is it just like auto attacks?
Okay. Did you see that Larks is not feeling great?
Yeah, that's what I was.
Okay,
I came back and I mentioned that. But
Oh,
you're
you-
okay.
You're typing now. Okay.
It's all good.
Did you want to still play that other game or just keep playing this?
I think maybe we should. I mean, Bloody can join us for this if she's
Yeah, that's
interested.
what I was saying. Let me go see what she's looking for.
Okay.
Right back.
Avoiding the question is. It didn't come from anything. It's just I'm a healer. I have big heals. Seeker. I see. I had something with Seeker on it before, I think. Spring horn healing. Oh, you get better healing from the horn. That's kind of crazy. Do that. Brick. Have I played Oblivion Remastered yet? Yeah, I've played like 15 hours over the past 2 days. Oh, you can get 2 bricks. Carried by pork
she
chop.
might join us for this. She's gonna figure out what she wants to do because
Okay.
she might also like go and do her own stream thing.
Yeah, sounds good.
But yeah, we can keep playing this in the meantime.
All right.
Let me see. I got a skill point here.
I was gonna ask Lepa if he wanted to join us, but he's doing a Fortnite sponsor.
He's what? Fortnite sponsored?
Yeah,
Fortnite does sponsorships?
apparently so.
Well, good for him, man. Get that Epic Games bag. Let me see. I'm gonna try and get something a little tankier. I'm just gonna do crit damage resistance. Oh wait, I have mail. Oh, they gave me a blue weapon. Wait.
Is it the weapon
Oh,
you
like,
lost?
Yeah, I said I recovered some of your stuff for you.
Nice.
Interesting. I wonder if that's like a one-time.
Yeah.
Well, that's very kind of them. I'm gonna bring it all. Yeah. Nice. All this gear. Rare ring
this is so
selection.
hot.
Hello. Guess I'll go tankier.
I mean, we could have Denalorn join us if you want a third, but if you want to stick to the duos, that's fine too. Denny has been sweating pretty hard, so.
let's play like 1 or 2 and see if Bloody decides that she wants.
Oh,
to
right,
join
right,
in.
right. Yeah. Sorry, my bad.
No, you're good. You're good. Okay. Just getting some gears here, and then I'll buy some heals. Oh shoot! There's a sort button, dude. Oh my god.
Oh, really?
Insane. Yeah, you just press R in the warehouse.
Oh.
Sorts.
Look at that.
Imagine. Okay, 11. Oh, 11
Years
per
ahead of
film.
Dark and Darker.
Years.
It's funny though, because it actually may take years for Dark and Darker to add a sort button.
How much money do you have? These healing elixirs are actually kind of expensive.
It's 11 each. It's not that bad.
And they are the better ones, at least.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm bringing... Oh, wait, 15 heals.
The one run I made it out, I think I made like 1,000 with all the stuff I sold.
What?
Yeah, well, I just sold like
could
every green and blue and all that.
You sold all the camp stuff. Huh?
Yeah.
That's fair, that's fair.
Well, I mean, that's what it's either there for the camp or to be sold, so.
Yeah. Oh, I haven't had a drink yet. Hello. Yeah, so the Hero's Ale takes... what is it? Malt, 3 malt, and 1 something else that I don't have. So
I'm looking hella mean with that
yeah, I
hood.
don't know how good those bonuses are though. Okay, drink. Let's go.
This game's pretty cool. Honestly, I dig it. It's a little jank. The PvE is pretty tough. I like trying all these new Dark and Darker likes. It's fun. I think first person would be better, yeah. But
Oh no.
I don't know, third person just leads to like a lot of like LOS abuse and like cheesing in a way, but yeah, Dark and Darker needs more competition, honestly. And my ward thing, like the stamina in this game is the one thing that
shit. I thought that was
feels
you.
really bad. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know if there's a way to make it less shitty, but yeah. Yo, Nouvelle, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you.
It's a red place. I'm scared. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know how bad.
It's just, I don't think that's one of this. Oh, it's up to you.
Depends.
Let's go the other way.
Yeah, let's do some safer stuff. You can carry ranged attacks.
There might be people behind the store. Oh,
Oh yeah. Yep. There is.
are
They're
we
fighting
going
the-
murder
the-
hobo? All right, I get killed.
Oh, nice boy. Oh, I missed, dude.
Oh. I'm healing you.
Double spinning the win. Okay.
Oh, we almost got this guy.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, one dead.
Oh, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, there's 2 fighters. Oh, I'm out of stam. Oh, I can attack while I'm out of stam.
Got him.
Oh, nice. Oh, another one,
wait.
another.
Oh, I think he rezzed his teammate. Actually, no, he didn't. He didn't.
It's another team.
I don't think so. I think it's just the third.
Oh, okay. Oh, nice.
Big loot. Grab all their heals.
Yeah, true. I missed my charges so much.
It's okay, buddy. We're alive.
Oh, I see. It shows you which bodies haven't been looted yet.
Alright, well, I got a million healing elixirs.
What are these? Oh. Oh, you can close these magic doors.
Oh.
Yeah, this is that other spawn where the big boy is.
Oh,
I don't
yeah,
want
screw
to
that guy.
melee.
Yeah, you really need like good gear for those guys. It's like, and I really, we're kind of playing on hard mode with it just being 2 of us in trios, I think. Inside each other.
Oh no!
Oh,
I hit
push
charge
you
and
down.
fell down. Yeah. Oh, I tried to carry.
Your movement. Yeah, you can hold, but like, the problem is chaining the charge attacks is like really jank because there's like no input buffering on it. I don't think holding it is like better DPS, but maybe it is.
There's a health ring if you need. There's gray, but on that dude. Oh, we gotta move word circle.
It's alright, Amalhad. I mean, it's fun trying something new. It's a little jank, but
oh, hello.
I got the fighter on me, but
Okay, I
coming to you.
okay. The healer's here. Okay, he's like half.
I'm gonna heal you. Go for the healer.
Yeah, he's almost dead. There you go.
Alright, nice. I'm gonna shield you.
Oh, he's getting wrecked. Later.
Hell yeah.
Looting. Oh, we gotta run, huh? Oh, dude. Oh, dude, his
Oh,
like
heal up.
his
Yeah, his
thing
freaking thing is still shooting at us.
Yeah.
Stupid.
See how hard this hits. I'm gonna try and loot the fighter real quick. Oh, he had a blue. Ooh, weapon. Pants. Belts. Necklace. Oh, big ups. Big ups. Okay, alright. Let's get to safety. You got on heals?
Yeah, I got a ton of healing pots from all those guys we murdered before.
Yeah. Okay. Might have to worry about this guy coming.
Alright.
Close the door behind.
Oh, there's a big axe guy over there. You can just walk around him now.
Oh, we're at the boss, huh? You're the boss.
Oh, yeah.
What? Wait, what the? Cleave.
What was the blue you got off that guy, by the way?
It was my sword. Like, same blue
Oh,
sword.
nice.
Sword and shield.
Got it back.
Yeah, well, they mailed me the one, and so now I have an extra.
Yeah. That's annoying that some stuff doesn't stack.
Yeah.
Do you need healing pots? 'Cause I have.
No, I've still got like 15.
Okay, same.
Let's we can go this way. Okay. Okay. My skills can get interrupted so easily, and then
Yeah,
they go
same.
to cooldown. Yeah, it sucks.
Oh yeah, so I have this as well. Look at this.
Looking. Yeah. Okay. Oh shit! Nice.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. Maybe that can get us out of combat with a bad boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go that way. Wait, did we kill that guy? I hear some heavy footsteps. Yeah. Checking this chest.
You got a green.
Oh, they're mining or whatever.
Enemies have like a attack they do as they're dying. And so much garbage loot though. I guess you really need to kill the like super big stuff for the good loot.
Frost boy over here. Oh, okay. He aggroed?
Oh,
Yep.
okay.
What's the play?
I'm down to try to kill him if we want, but... Okay, you should be able to go... Yeah, do like big DPS during that if it's on me.
Yeah, he's on you, yeah, for sure. Can you shoot the illusions when they're up?
Yeah.
They explode and I can't get them down. Oh.
Alright, well, I mean, we're doing good. Good damage.
Yeah. Oh no. Nice. Beam.
Oh, I wonder if you can crouch under that last part of it.
Oh, maybe. Oh, nice. Kind of in a weird spot. Ooh, that'll stam. Oh no. Okay.
We're doing it.
Oh, got him. No.
Oh, I
Nice.
staggered him.
Big. Beautiful.
Hell yeah.
Is that our first elite?
You can take that ring.
Puncher's Ring. Please. Very nice. Oh, perfect timing. Ish. I mean, we gotta leave.
Less jank than Dark and Darker. I don't know. Dark and Darker feels really smooth, in my opinion. That's kind of what made me like the game so much.
Should we drop?
Let's take the
Oh,
teleporter.
the portal? Yeah, okay.
Why not?
Right there.
Oh, this guy's not that strong. Oh.
Oh my god, dude.
They grabbed me. At least you can hit him during that.
Yeah. That looks good.
Max on Gildan Blood.
Ooh. We gotta go through. Yeah, that. Closing
Stuff
behind.
has been killed. Oh, there's players to our north.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, they saw us. Oh, they're ding donking.
Here we go. What the hell? No. Okay.
Oh, this guy is on his own now.
Wow.
Oh, poor guy.
Abandoned their buddy.
Wait, can we take his bell? Oh, I can.
Oh, nice.
Got a purple.
Oh.
Yoink.
Mmm.
Sucking him up.
Wow.
Do you want his beans? Are you max on blood? He's got some...
I'm max. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm also full of inventory. We gotta find a bell like real quick.
You're right. Yeah, we do.
I'm gonna open this door over here.
I've got a bell, but
Oh, you do? Oh shit.
yeah, I took the one that was on that guy.
Oh no.
There will be one. There should be one.
Oh, I think I was good. Impressive. Oh, woodlings will soon enter.
Oh, I hear it. Or you can see the location.
It's right next to the
Okay,
castle.
here. We're gonna stealth.
Oh shit.
All right, let's go. Oh shit.
Oh, if you dodge it. This is fine. This is fine. We'll be fine. Oh shit. Okay, one of us needs to just fight. I think. Ow. Oh, damn, dude. Get into me. It looks like he's on me, but he's stuck.
All right, I killed the bell guy. Here, I'm gonna grab it for you.
Yeah. Can you open two?
Oh my god, I can't. Okay, you have to go grab it.
Okay. Okay.
I'll heal
Oh, there's
you.
3 on him. Oh no.
I healed you.
Loot it. Okay. I got it looted. All right.
Okay, nice.
Opening. Please. Dude, there's 3 dudes on me. Wait, it's working. I'm out.
I stealthed you, buddy.
Oh nice. You're just staring at me. Wow. 15 seconds
Nice.
left.
Good work.
Nice. I think it's gonna be level 6. Wait, we didn't kill an elite.
Oh, it says we got
What?
1. I think I
Oh,
I
so
have
this is-
points for elite, so I guess
You got Spilling Blow. Okay.
yeah. Seems
Yeah.
so.
That makes sense. Oh, it didn't level. Oh, damn.
Is there? Can I? Is there something for the
Need one agate.
counter run? Wait, what is counter run? Is that? Like, I don't, like, counter... Oh. Oh, it says, okay. Punishment rune. Wait, that's the one, that's this one, right? Okay, wait, this one's probably good then. Creep. Alright, got a new talent.
Shop level 4.
Oh my god.
Oh, I need one more bean. Well, 3 silver bowls too.
I need a silver bowl. You found one in that last round?
I had one like a couple rounds ago, I think.
Oh, I can choose one from this chest.
Yeah, I went through and used all mine except for a purple. I don't know which purple I'll need.
I need to sell some of this stuff. I need to buy more potions. All right, 15 potions. Is it worth buying this stuff? I don't even know. Don't seem that. Maybe the catalyst? All right. I got some greens now, at least.
Nice, nice. Actually, oh yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna buy a chest
Elden
piece.
Ring speedruns, yeah.
Now, everything but helmet and amulet are green. Pretty good.
So is this Death Ward thing? I don't know. It seems kind of... seems pretty useful.
Okay. I got a ton of heals.
Nice.
Oh, some journey quests done. Let's go.
Oh, I got another blue weapon chest.
Yeah, me too.
I guess we don't want to go in with blues, though. I mean, not that it seemed that bad in the sweaty lobbies.
Almost said you can run into people in full purples with gray gear as well.
Okay,
so.
yeah. Well, because I think it puts you... Like, when we're in the queue, it'll say the matchmaking range, like, expands.
Yeah.
Probably not that many people playing this game right now, especially considering Oblivion just came out.
Whoa, there's an affix where casting skills in the air increases damage and magic damage. What? And also can reduce the energy cost. Interesting.
So upgrading the tavern, leather pelt a gate. Is your tavern level 2 then too?
Is that the one with the wine?
Yeah.
It is, yeah.
Nice.
I've got goddess statue level 2, shop level 4, tavern level 2. Oops. Let me just picking my wine real quick. Wait.
Yeah, we'll probably do some more Oblivion later today, by the way, chat. I don't know. I mean, if Lobos wants to play this for a while, I'll play with him. I don't know. I'm having fun having fun playing this game.
Let's go.
Yeah, we'll see. I have no obligations today, so probably pretty long stream today. I do kind of want to play some more Dark and Darker, though, too. I don't know. We'll see.
Oh, it's this one. Do we want to take the same path or maybe go left this time?
Yeah, let's go left, sure. I mean, I feel like we're getting more comfortable fighting the stronger stuff now, which is good too. And we're higher level, which helps. We took down that frost enemy pretty easily. Oh, I was muted. Yeah.
Oh,
That seems good. We did a good job fighting that
yeah,
that mage enemy the last time. The PvE is, I don't know. I mean, there's a dodge mechanic in this game, which that alone makes the PvE potentially way more interesting.
Oh, is that a trap?
Yeah. I wonder if it'll target them. Oh, no.
Whoa. How was that? Oh. Oh, I see. Yeah. Nice.
Attacking as this class is kind of like,
Sludge jar.
kind of whatever though.
Ooh, creates a
That's-
slow AoE. Damn. Okay.
Oh, there's a player down there.
Oh, there's a hole up here? Yeah, maybe we can jump down.
Oh, we can go up.
Oh,
Here.
They're there. Oh, I'm jumping down. Oh,
Oh wait, Lobos, they're up here.
Ah, going up now.
Okay, I'm coming to you. Healing you.
That guy's dead. Okay.
I healed you. Go, keep going. Keep killing.
Get on the healer.
I'm gonna shield you.
Woo. You good? I'm just on the healer. He's almost dead. He's got no health. Can you tap the healer?
Yeah.
There you go. Nice, nice, nice. Okay, other guy's mine. Oh, cornered. Oh,
Right in front of him.
holy shit. Oh, he's dead. Okay, all right. Nice.
Alright, good work.
2v3, easy. Oh, he had agate. Oh, you got to see this guy's got some loot. I don't know if you already checked him. Oh. Oh
Probably
wait, that's
not.
not the healer. Never mind.
Yeah, I looted the healer, I think. Oh, got a million heals again.
Yeah, I didn't really need to use. I forgot about the damn movement speed AOE.
I can
bar.
punch.
Oh. Wait, is that a different button, or did you take the?
If you like sheath your stuff.
Oh wait, that's right. I have a hammer. I never use it. Oh, nice. Oh, into a kick.
So there's like an upper area here that I was going to. I don't know.
Oh.
Oh, there's an elite up here with a door. All right, let's kill him. This door,
Ooh.
it's got to lead to
This
something
guy?
good.
We know this guy.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Oh. Oh shit! I just realized. Yeah. I hate this spot to fight him, and the circle's coming in.
Yeah. Oh no. Maybe we should just go.
I jumped down. I
think the circle might be too much for us. You can open that door.
Here.
Just open that door.
There's a guy on me. Probably gonna get interrupted. Oh no, invis. Never mind.
I gotcha.
You in there? I don't know if we have different interaction speeds.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't think so. Ah. Oh, it's this spot. You have invis up?
Yeah.
Oh, they're on you anyways. Door's open. I hate meleeing these mosquitoes. Okay, I got him. Oh. Coming. Berries.
Do you want to go up the lift, I think? Oh, shoot.
There's a... Oh, did you go?
Yeah, but I'll bring it back down. I don't want to get ganked up there.
Oh God, he grabs. Well. Ooh, big parry.
Oh, Ding Donk is
He
back.
woodling.
Somebody fighting him?
Oh. Maybe.
I don't think so. I might as well grab it. We can keep looting, but let's get the item. Okay, we get 2.
Still alive? What the
Oh.
fuck?
Yeah, so some enemies have like a, even when they're dead, they do like a I'm dying attack.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't care about the parry.
What the?
Wow. Wait, oh, I thought somebody else was here, but it's your turret. Oh, I parried that. Red attack. Oh, I hear somebody to our left. Oh, sure.
Punch him. Yeah, maybe the punches are okay.
Are they? Oh, there's a player.
Oh shit.
Oh God, dude. Okay.
The enemy in there? Oh shit.
It's 3 of them. This rogue's almost dead. I'm on
Okay,
him.
I'm putting shield on you.
Okay, I got one.
Okay, I'm going for the healer.
There's another player? This rogue's doing some work on me. I'm coming, I'm coming.
Okay. I can heal you. Just keep going.
Okay. This guy's almost dead. Okay, Priest is dead. Another healer.
Room time.
I can't block, dude. What the fuck? Oh,
heal
God,
you
I
soon.
fell. Son of a bitch. Okay, I gotta
It's
heal
okay.
for myself. Where'd he go? Oh, he's down.
Teammates dropping down. Oh, he's careful.
Okay, I killed him.
Okay, nice. Let's just take
I'm
out
gonna
the
clear the small
PvE.
enemies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice parry.
Yeah, it feels so good. Oh, and the stun. Nice.
All right. Grab your bell, by the way, too. Good about that.
Oh, let's see here. Where the bell? Oh, nice.
There's one on this guy, too.
Too many bells. Oh, let me take that malt. Oh, you got it. Never mind.
Oh, I stole it, sir.
Okay. Oh. I'm gonna open this door. Oh, nice. Opening door at the top. Jump! Oh god. Blind jump.
Oh, Jesus.
I went all the way down.
Oh,
Oh god. Okay.
that's just
Wow, and
bell. I'm gonna bell.
Oh shit, okay. Wait, I didn't get one? Dude, I clicked it, I swear.
Oh,
Oh no. Oh, what the
dead.
fuck?
Oh,
No!
no. Can you escape using my thing, at least? Or are you dead? Wait, entered the guild and missed.
Yeah, I'm dead. Jesus! Okay. I don't know how it did not grab one. I looted and clicked, and then I don't know.
Yeah, we should have just left in that spot we were at, to be honest.
Yeah. I thought there was more time in the match left, but...
Yeah. That's alright. There was a lot of time, but we were just not in a good spot.
Not a good place, yeah. Ooh, new skill unlocked, Shield Slam. Ooh.
Dude, I don't know why it didn't let me in. Do you not have iframes when you're entering the fog thingy? Like when you're leaving, I guess? So it seems like anyways. I thought once it was like open, you could just kind of like send it, but... It's a 1 second leave interaction. Oh, okay, that's what was going on then. The PvP's been going well for us. I mean, PvE is okay too. Yeah, it's just the circle can be really rough at times.
Oh, I got a leap attack now.
Or the auto attack talent. You mean this one? Extended mag.
My gear. Well, I do have the blue sword still.
Nice. Oh, the boost?
Are you bringing good stuff?
No, I don't have like much
okay.
left. We can just go in with like nothing. We'll get heals from killing people.
All right. I'm gonna bring. Let's see. I'm gonna bring a green weapon.
Gives you 8 instead of 6. Oh, that's nice. And then this one
Oh.
makes the charge attack stronger, I guess. I don't know how good the heal is, but
Oh, wait. Whoops. I didn't drink.
Yeah, the charge attack doesn't really seem worth it, but maybe with the talent it's better.
Oh,
I find it awkward to like.
interesting. I canceled Q and then
it's
went back
awkward
and drank and
to
then
chain the
just put
charges.
this in the game.
Oh.
Oh, immediately a necklace from that. Thank you. Oh my god. These things suck. Okay, I can't hit him either.
Oh, charge attacks use stam. Yeah, there's like no. I guess it's not really worth it then.
Oh, dude's dying.
Can't break through that.
Oh.
Oh.
Boom. That's my new one. Instead of the double spin slash, which 70% of the time the second slash just misses. So yeah.
Yeah, that's probably good. Seems strong.
Good for chase too. I have charge and leap. Wait, I saw feet down here. And light? I don't know if it's a player. In that doorway is where I saw it. Oh, okay, it's okay. Not through the door, please. Oh, nice.
What the fuck?
Oh god. No! Dead. What is that?
Oh my
god.
There's
Holy
two axe
shit,
guys.
dude.
What the?
Can you? Okay.
I can stealth you.
Do you want to stealth over here and then climb the ladder out of here? Like, I'm okay. I'm not.
Yeah, let's go up.
Oh!
Oh, you're okay. You're fine. Nice.
I'm good. I'm good.
Stop complaining and fight. What do you mean? How do I can't fight that?
Oh, okay.
no.
Okay. How many? All right.
I think we should go through this door here.
Okay.
He's doing it again.
Yeah.
This is.
Okay. I see the guy here. No, he is strong.
Yeah. Alright, I'm opening the gate.
I might die. Oh my god.
Okay. Yeah. Let's get out of here.
Watch for the ground shit.
Yeah, I think we're far enough away. Hopefully.
Why am I surrounded by blue stuff? Oh, I got stunned. Okay.
All right. Nice.
Ooh. He put my charge on cooldown too.
Oh no, the axe guys. He jumped
what the-
up? Are you kidding me? Alright, come with me. Yeah. Alright.
Oh god.
You're invis.
Oh no, I'm not.
It's okay, I'm blocking him. Oh no.
No. Jesus Christ.
Let's jump down.
Yeah.
And the east! Oh my god, he's summoning the bullshit. Alright, yeah, you open.
He's coming. Okay, he's summoning stuff. Closing door.
Okay.
Oh. Right,
These enemies are horrible.
This area is just full of them.
Yeah.
I've been scanned by an enemy player. My position is exposed. Oh boy.
Great.
Okay. Oh. I thought you were like checking inventory while in the fire. I've been scanned again. Oh, helmet, nice.
Can dash through the flames.
I'm scanned again. For parry? No, maybe not. I hear voices. Oh, right here.
Yeah.
They're right there.
Alright.
Do you want to try?
Sure. Don't have much to lose.
Oh, I'm behind him. Oh, wait, how did he? It's a sorcerer. I don't have my leap up yet. Coming. Ooh, big crit.
Huge.
Okay, all right.
Nice.
Well, we should get out because that thing's
He has a
gonna aggro.
third. They have a third.
Yeah,
somewhere.
they do. Looking.
I'm gonna go execute this guy.
The enemy might execute for us.
Yeah, the enemy will probably kill them.
Okay, one's dead.
Yeah.
Okay, here he is, behind. Okay, I got frozen in there. Nice. He jumped. I don't know if we should.
I don't think we should chase.
Yeah, I don't think we're coming back.
All right, let's kill this this mage. Maybe close that door.
Yeah.
Close it.
Oh, there's a player here. Ranger. I'm out of stam right now.
Oh, there's.
Oh, nice. Oh. Okay, yeah, there's 3 right there. I'd have no more big heal, so I'm in a bit of trouble.
I'm gonna heal you. Just I don't know. You're probably screwed. I'm dead.
Yeah.
That was a good try.
Yeah.
Chaotic.
Just remember, we're 2, all right.
Yeah.
We're doing good.
So fucking broke. I'm so broke. I wonder what the max level is. Like how many talents can you get? You must be like so strong with you have a ton of them.
Unless it's like 10 and then you just mix and match.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know though. There's
What's up, John Joe? That's fun. I feel like the loot is so ass most of the time in this test. I've seen like one blue gear piece of gear. I mean, I guess we're not killing like the really strong enemies, so that's probably why.
Yeah, I don't have any money, so.
Yeah, I'm like super broke. I mean, we can Is Bloody gonna do her own thing, or what's the plan with
Oh,
that?
hold on. See Discord messages. Okay, not joining y'all now. But maybe if you play off stream, I will stream these games with 3 players. Okay. Yeah. So it's just us. So if you want to bring in a third, or if anybody wants to join.
Okay, I mean, well, Denny can join. It's gonna be night and day difference probably.
Yeah, he's gonna be like, all right, follow me, and then we're like sprinting past bosses and.
Well, Trey is here as well. I don't know if he has the game downloaded though. It does feel like we kind of need a third though if we want to take on like the really strong stuff.
Yeah, yeah. I bet the once we get some more levels, I bet the boss is like more reasonable.
Yeah.
In terms of like, you know, getting one shot or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, we did okay damage to it. That one attempt. I mean, it wasn't amazing, but we did like 10% in like, I don't know, a minute. Maybe a bit less.
Yeah, I was feeling good, like, okay, we could do this, but yeah.
And then
It's
spend
cool.
the one
It's
shot.
cool, like players can't interrupt you while you're fighting, which is kind of cool.
Mm-hmm. And well, if you have 3, then you could actually res during the boss fight. Like with 2, it's literally
true.
impossible.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, Trey said he's down to join if we want to keep it experienced newbie.
Totally down.
This game is okay. I don't necessarily see it being the next Dark and Dark or anything, but yeah. I mean, it's hard to say.
Let me see if I can make you leader. I did.
Okay.
I should figure out lunch soon.
Yeah, I need to get some food too. There's a blue in my shop. It's 358.
358. Oh yeah, I have blue as well.
We're cleric
Blue
and
breastplate
fighter
as well
right now.
If we just do a couple like really focused on extracting, we can get a bunch of money.
Yeah, true.
It seems like especially once you get the camp stuff upgraded and you don't need those materials, just vendoring that would be so much money.
For sure. Try sorcerer. Okay.
I need 1 resin. Oh, and 150 gilden whatever to get the next heal upgrade. That seems pretty important.
Oh yeah, the horn upgrade.
Yeah. You can also expand your maximum gilden blood that you can extract with, so that's pretty big too.
Oh, the bag thing?
Like the one that you're capped at 200.
Yeah, the sack. The golden blood sack.
Yep. The first upgrade level gives it plus 50.
Oh, apparently it stops healing past 45%.
Wait, what does?
The horn upgrade. I don't know. After like a certain point, it doesn't work.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Denny's got all the info apparently.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Wait. What is the? Oh, there we go. We'll probably do more Oblivion later, yeah. I'm just chilling, man. I'm just playing with my friends. Not really, like, we have so much of Oblivion left, I'm not in a rush to, like... No, you can skip the tutorial. You might need to exit, and then just, like, exit to the main menu, and then try to log into the character again, and, you can skip it. Okay. I think I have to remake the call.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Hello there.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
Okay, I'm not
You been playing this?
gonna be super clueless to begin with, because
That's fine.
It's pretty straightforward.
I mean, we were
Are you doing
clueless
straightforward?
up until like an hour ago.
yeah. I don't think I can do any big changes to begin with, right? Or anything.
No, you can't really do anything. You might be able to check your mail for some like healing potions or something, but that's pretty much it.
Make sure you want to bring out materials that you use to upgrade your camp. So don't just sell everything. Unless, I don't know, what do you think, Dis? Should he just sell everything to get gear? And then...
I think upgrading the shop is
Right
good
away.
because that gets you greens and blues, right? But apart from that, I mean, I don't know. Warehouse, it's like the warehouse is just your storage space. Guild and Blood is the cap.
I wonder how easily you can sell stuff on the auction house.
I don't know.
It's like I have that blue short sword and shield. Could be like 300, 400.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm ready.
Okay.
Welcome home.
Full team, let's go.
All right, ready up, Trey. Going in.
Yeah. Okay, we have.
You'll figure it out. It'll be fine.
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Sorcerer it doesn't seem too complicated. The thing that's really rough about this game is the stamina. Like, your attacks cost stam, and when you're out of stam, you can't dodge, so you just die.
Yeah.
Bots and stuff can have actually like good stuff as well. Like armor pieces and that sort of thing. What? Oh.
Are spells like stamina based too?
Yeah. Some of them, maybe not all of them, but
Like trying what my abilities do.
the fire sword seems pretty good, but it uses a lot of stam.
Is this a scary guy? Oh, it's just the flail. Oh, dude. Okay, I'm getting freaking dead angle.
Almost about to die.
Yeah.
Oh, is there friendly fire in this, by the way? Probably is, right?
Friendly fire, did you say?
Yeah.
I actually
there?
don't think there is.
No. I don't think so.
Can try it, I guess. Nope.
And you have healing on your one, like your probably 3 and 4 button by default, and then you can also press R for like a stronger heal, but you can't restore those. It's like your horn.
Oh, I see.
Those are kind of like your fixed healing pots, like your strong heals. Oh, I got players here. Wow.
Okay.
Those guys.
All 3? They look like bots, I'll be honest. They might have been. Oh, they
Yeah.
brought me an amulet, though.
Ah, they brought us heals. Thanks, bots.
Yeah. It's true. Apprentice robe on this one.
That's an enemy.
Oh, what the hell? Oh. Those guys do that when they die.
How should the pot heal? Like, should I pot already?
Yeah,
Like
it's
1%?
I think it's like 10-20% the minor healing elixirs. Shiny in here. Got a necklace for you, Trey.
Alright.
I wonder how good the throwables are. I haven't tried it really.
Yeah, me neither. I tried one of the fire bombs before.
Oh yeah, I did do that. So, yeah. I'm dropping a health neck piece right there.
Game sounds so busy all the time. Sounds like there's everything happening all the time.
Yeah. Enemies are pretty loud. Alright, let's...
Small room right here.
I mean, there's a red...
Oh, I guess that's a spawn probably. Yeah, no. What, North Watchtower?
Yeah, but it's kind of... Oh, wait, that's the... We were there before.
Oh yeah, the top is that.
There's like no reds in the circle. Apart from that one. And the main hall, but... I mean, we could go to the main hall, try to fight the boss. I'm down to try.
Sure, of course, yeah. It'll be fun.
Or maybe we
Absolutely
just
fun.
try to extract and like get some gear. Oh, let's kill this guy. We can handle this guy now, surely, right?
Oh, he's doing that.
Oh yeah, you gotta dodge with shift when you start getting like hit. But if you don't have enough stam, you can't dodge.
Oh shit. Holy.
Okay, I'm like pressing.
Oh, staggered.
Nice.
Oh, I want to parry you, dude.
Well,
Maybe
I mean,
can parry
that's an easy attack to punish at least.
Yeah, yeah. Let me parry you. Let me parry you. Oh, right. Oh, okay, okay. Bro.
Healed you a bit.
Dude, delay on that. Okay, I got him cornered. Here we go.
Nice.
There's
Oh,
Perry.
big parry.
Staggered.
This guy is so tank.
Yeah. Oh, Perry. Yep.
Nice, dude. Parry god. Surely this guy's got something good.
Ooh, blue robe.
Priest
for
robe.
sorcerer.
Oh, that's for try.
Oh my.
Good gravy. Okay. I got plenty of heal pots. So.
Yo, what's up,
Trying
Sakusha?
to get in the good gear and die
Let's
with
go,
it,
man.
surely.
That's fine. We've died with plenty of good stuff.
Oh, forward upgrade in this barrel. Very nice.
This game's interesting.
What? Let's go all the way to the top of this tower. What's up there? There's like
You,
three ladders up.
looks like the Dungeon-born game. Yeah, it's it's kind of similar. There is a dodge button in this though, which is pretty nice. Yo, Saigonaut, thank you for the 48 months as well.
Oh,
man.
there's like I think it's a bigger chest up here.
What's it got?
A bean.
Oh, there's a player on the left, is it? That's a player, Archer,
It
right?
has like a red.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's a team.
we can get up. Well, we can go take the
We can-
ladder.
Yeah, can take that one ladder. Oh, I'm being shot.
Uh-oh. Well.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, they're shooting us. There's.
Okay.
Yeah, no
Maybe
way.
see if they jump down.
Oh wait, there's a elite mob in here with the chest. Kind of annoying with these guys above us though.
Yeah. Where are you, Trey? Are you good? Oh,
Yeah, I'm here. At the other corner.
all right.
Well, you want to go in here and, or I don't know.
We're gonna get raffle stomped.
All right, let's pull the guys on the right first. We can kill them.
Okay. Oops.
Very god.
They're definitely still up there.
Yeah.
But yeah, that chest is locked. We can close the door. That's
Yeah. I don't think they want to come down here.
Yeah, there's some.
Okay.
Usually
Let's just close the door.
Trap ourselves in here.
Yeah. All right, we got this. All right, I'm putting down my shield. Let's do it. Lobos, go get him.
Okay.
The caster.
Oh,
Wait, it's just this guy.
boy.
This guy's a
What the hell?
freaking. He's a little baby.
He is. He is a baby. Later. Give me that chest.
Oh. Chest.
Bowl.
Bowl.
Oh, my
Okay.
inventory full. Damn it.
Oh, 2 bowls. Oh my god. Yoink.
Bowl. Wow. Oh,
They're all mine. Oh, Dink Donk is here.
is that above us?
He's right here.
Oh no, it's right there. Oh shit. So this is how you extract. You have to find these bell guys,
Oh.
and then they drop.
How many do
bell.
we got?
2. Okay, I got 1. I actually picked it up this time.
All right, we'll find Trey one. I mean, do we want to go? Oh, I guess we just gotta go this way, anyways.
Yeah. Wonder where that team is though. What's blue up there? Oh, it's like a rift.
There's another lamp guy.
of the ragdoll. Yeah, he's coming.
Wait, we can kill him.
3 of them. Oh. Oh, he's gonna stun me. Damn it. He rolled out of my loot range.
Dual blades.
+8 attack neck, if anybody wants. You can go up and around this way.
Nah, Trey's fine. He's a gamer, guys. He can handle it.
What's the blue
sounds
glow? Is that the belted or no?
You can see a visual for the bell, dude.
Yeah.
There's like a blue, like,
Oh. Ow.
sound cue. Okay, so there's arrow guys up here. Careful with the floor here. I think you can fall. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, team underneath.
Oh.
The team is right here.
They coming up the ladder?
Ooh, they see us. They see us for sure.
Yeah, that.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they've got a bell right there.
Yeah.
In the bottom.
Oh my god, I'm kind of lagging.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go down, but I don't know.
Jump right here and yeah.
We could just, well, you know, we could technically go back. That's the breach we came up ourselves to, but I don't know if that's. Wow.
Let me see here.
Let's drop through the hole. Let's go this way. Oh, fuck, there's a guy here. Alright, we gotta kill this.
Oh, it's done.
Yeah, the bell dude is right there, but I don't know if he wanted. Oh,
Let's go for him. Alright, Trey, loot your bell.
do I need?
So you
Is there
just
any
press
reason for me to
H.
take balls?
No, not really. Well, you can prevent somebody else from having it, I guess, but...
Yeah, sure.
should we just
Probably
extract?
back. Yeah.
How do I crack?
Okay.
I'm
Alright.
fucking burning.
Eight?
What the
Yeah, that fire damage is insane.
Do I do H?
Hit
Yeah.
H, and then once you're done, you hit F to escape.
Money!
Dude.
Alright. Nice. Level 7.
Heck yeah.
Oh yeah, you have to press level up in the top left, Trey. It's a little weird.
Yeah, I do XP.
Oh, I see.
Level 3.
Special recovery. I want to like sell stuff, but at the same time I don't. It's like such a, I don't know, it's such a weird feeling. Like I want to upgrade the shop, but at the same time I want to be able to get some new stuff too.
Well, so there's a skill. Have you played Monster Hunter, Trey?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so they have like Monster Hunter type skills in this, where if you get pieces of gear that have multiple of the same, like it makes the skill better. And one of these prevents the exhausted effect like once every minute, which is kind of crazy.
Oh.
But yeah, there's a bunch.
How do? Oh yeah, I see.
All right. Well, I think I'm ready for another.
Let me. Ooh. There's also quests that you'll complete, Trey. There's a journey button, the main screen,
Yeah.
and you can claim some stuff.
Where?
On the
Like
play
where you
screen.
see all of this. Yeah,
I see.
play screen, journey on the right.
Yeah, you actually get like a lot of free stuff, free gear.
Yeah, I see.
I got a full green set. Frickin' rich. Kind of messed up that you can't sell stuff from your warehouse.
Wait, let me get some heals, I think.
Can you like buy extra heals from the shop or something? Yeah. You
Yeah.
can.
Yeah.
But I don't really have money.
Yeah, they're a little expensive, but they're pretty good. Better heals than the default. Okay, I'm ready.
Yeah, I think I'm ready.
Button above your character. Oh, I see. Cool. Okay. I got a full set of green gear.
Oh damn!
Oh,
I didn't know we were going that hard. Hold on. Blue chest. Let's go.
I don't know if you should bring the blue gear. Maybe just stick to green.
Okay, all right, greens.
Otherwise, we might run into Denalorn.
I'm gonna at least fill my empty slots with white stuff. Okay. All right. Ready.
All right. Fully greened out. Stacked. Deliver a full green set to a random gang team. Well, we have 3 people now, so I feel more confident. Go like Lobos and I were 2v3ing a good amount of time.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Looked like a WoW druid. And what was the set called? The first like blue set?
Cenarian? Maybe.
No, that was the epic one. The blue one, Wildheart? Wildheart, I think.
Maybe.
Anyways, you look cool.
Thanks.
Yeah, your shield looks kind of junky, Lobos. Is that even green?
No, it's white. Oh, we're
What
starting
the-
to miss that. Thanks.
Oh, did you put down the wall, Trey?
Yeah,
I see.
I'm messing up. I'm like
that's
trying
fine.
to try this new spells. I'm like, oh.
Crash.
Yeah, you can queue with randoms.
This is like a serious chest here. What?
Oh,
It's nothing too great. Dogs everywhere. Sounds like. Okay, this guy's kind of BC. What? I want to see if you compare the red attacks. I think you can, but I'm not 100% sure.
I don't know. Probably just head towards the circle already.
Sounds good. Oh, wait. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. I'm good. I thought there was a ladder we could knock down in this room. Wow. Okay.
Doing good damage.
Yep.
Oh.
Oh, boys.
Guess we go to the Soul Tower.
Oh, yeah. Old tower.
I'm gonna go up.
What is that?
Just deal damage in the radius, and you can temporarily disable it by hitting it. Heck, there's some that are inactive and then
Just-
there's fire on.
Big
Oh,
chest.
big chest.
What do we got?
Whoa, is that purple? Oh,
Was
well,
purple.
was.
I got a gem mirror. Heal Lobos. I can only heal 4 times, alright? I can't waste it when nothing's happening.
Yeah, it's okay.
Alright, let's just head west, I guess.
Yeah.
It was just purple treasure, though. If I find any purple gear, I'll be sure to give it to you guys.
Wow. Destroyed.
I don't know if I need to, like, restart my game or something. I feel like the performance has been getting worse. So you'd be a loot goblin in real time? True. Yeah, it's like, hey, wait, the chest was glowing orange. What the hell did you just pick up?
Oh, what the? No! Well, kill him while he's doing this to me.
Yeah. I got you shield.
The body falls away. Wow! We're kicking it. Okay. Rare throwing dagger. Okay.
I want to find some like high level chest again.
Yeah. Or attack ring if anybody needs a ring. Oh.
It's like post attacks, death attacks are so annoying.
Yeah. There's another +4 attack ring. Oh, there's a rift we can take. Where's it go? Up.
What are these gates supposed to be like open? These things?
They're just doors. They're just
Yeah.
doors.
Oh, I see.
They're not even. They don't even really lead into special places necessarily.
There's a chest in the circle. You want to go to that? It's like northwest of us. Work our way there.
You know the grounds.
Yes, sealed grounds.
Surely we'll find some players on the way.
Some stuff isn't aggressive as well until you attack it, I think, so. It's nice. Oh, there's players to our west.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm building a wall. Come on, I'm building a wall.
I'm under fighter.
Okay, I'm healing you,
I'm
Lobos.
getting pressed. Okay, I'm healing. Oh, I'm not.
We're on the fighter.
Yeah, I'm
Dodge, Lobos.
Dude, you slapped so hard. Yeah, I had no stamina.
We gotta back up, Trey.
No!
I don't know. There's nothing. I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't have left Lobos.
It's okay. Yeah,
I
if you're out of
mean-
stamina, you can't do anything. I can't block. I can only
Yeah.
attack.
There's one bell.
Oh.
I don't know. I feel bad now.
No,
We
you're
went
good.
down with the team.
They all focus one person.
Yeah.
I can't even heal through it. Like, I can't pop heals. So.
Yeah, I used my one heal on you and like shielded you, but didn't really do much else.
I guess at that point it's just dodge.
Yeah.
Money. Yeah. Oh, stamina.
Oh geez, the players are here.
Oh, yep, they're here. Oh, yeah, they're chasing.
Alright, open that door. Open that door. I'll keep him back.
Opening.
All good.
Okay, it's open.
Yeah, just keep moving.
Yeah.
Let's take this portal. Actually we can't, I guess. Come on.
They're chasing. They're fighting underneath us at the moment.
Can y'all bail out now? Was there two or just one?
Just
No,
one.
we only have one.
Yeah, they're down there.
Oh, shit. Alright.
Can open this door.
Oh,
Try to spam.
Okay. Nice.
nice, they're on it.
Got my turret hitting them.
Yeah.
Alright, we should probably
Is that their
move.
turret, the other one?
That's my turret was down. I'm gonna open. Actually, I don't know if I should open this door.
Yeah. Yeah, I think they're...
Down that way.
They might have been the dudes down here, right, earlier. From earlier. Oh, they're coming. Oh, shit. Yeah,
Oh,
I'm dead.
oh, true.
Maybe. Maybe not. Oh.
Come to me. Healing you.
Oh, they're flanking.
Oh.
I'm gonna invis us.
Sure. But I'm not coming in this anymore. I don't think I am.
Nah, if you dodge or do an action,
Oh, I
it'll
see.
take it out. Oh, dude.
What the
Oh,
hell?
that's...
I'm gonna go around.
Yeah, you can go into the golden door. Oh,
But
Oh, I'm in the circle. Did I see you?
Yeah,
I
I
see you,
don't know.
Lobos.
I'm dead.
me?
I see your body, I guess, or your name tag.
Oh, oh,
Oh, nope, nope.
oh.
No.
Wait, if you brought gear, Lobos, I can maybe grab some of it.
Dude,
Got
dude.
them. How are
I probably
you?
took it, but
Nope. Oh, God.
Trey, oh my God, you're
Go.
crazy.
Dude. It's insane. Dodge is on point.
You know what? I'm gonna take it. This. I don't know where this goes. I'm just taking it.
Oh yeah, they took they took your stuff.
Spray's almost back to you, Diff. Oh wait, oh the mist.
Oh, the mist. Does it hit a lot? I'm gonna die.
I'm just gonna dink donk out of here.
Yeah, okay.
The buck tray.
Can I drop?
Do you see
Oh,
the
yeah,
bell?
okay. Oh yeah, they're belling that way.
I wonder if you can steal their bell. Oh wait, there's one to your left. To your left. See that?
Oh, I see. I'm gonna wait for them to go. Wait, let it go? Yeah.
You got
Oh my
this.
god. No!
What?
What the?
Oh, wait, no, we
you
didn't.
jumped,
Oh.
you jumped.
Okay. I was like, dude.
Careful for your stamp.
Oh,
Oh god.
You're okay. You're okay.
you got him. One tap. One little tap. Yes. Oh,
Alright, get out of here, buddy. Press H.
plenty of time. Plenty of time.
Okay.
Dude.
Oh.
Damn, I thought
I
you
don't
were
know how
done
alive.
for.
Yeah, I was like one health circling there in this.
That was crazy. Oh, what is that? Elder woodlings are becoming restless. I don't know what that is. Maybe they seek out players. Level 8. Is that another
Oh, yeah.
talent point?
Yep. Got mail too.
Oh, yeah, me too.
400 Gildan blood. Oh, if you take their survey.
Oh, you get 400 Gildenblad for taking the survey.
It's a lot. It's a lot. I was looking at it. I mean, you can just,
All right.
you know.
Yeah.
You know. I feel like incentivizing people to take the survey just makes them like.
Yeah. Well, they can ignore the ones that are all like one.
Yeah, I guess it's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
Are you talking to me? I didn't realize my mic was muted on stream. All right. Ooh. My warehouse is getting so full. Oh wait, never mind.
barely even what. I like barely even watch what I've been loading. I've just been stacking everything there. Just
Yeah. Do you want like a weapon, Lobos, or anything? I can get you one. If you want.
Okay, I just finished the survey, so
Oh.
all right. I got a bunch of money.
Nice.
I got weapons. I have a blue
Okay.
weapon. I have a blue breastplate. I can have another blue weapon. I'm gonna bring a green weapon though.
Okay. I'm gonna go get a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Then I'll be ready. Okay. I'm ready.
I am pretty much ready.
yeah,
Yeah,
I'm like
Oh wait, victory wine. I took a perk that the more I get attacked, I'll stack damage reduction. So maybe that'll help.
I've got double healing now as well. Yeah, I feel like you just gotta be really careful not to like let yourself run out of stam.
Yeah, that's rough.
yeah, I'm trying a new magic type because I was doing like elemental magic before. I'm trying the Stardust magic. It has more like slow things, knockbacks, and I have like a cyclone I can knock enemies back to. I don't know.
Okay. There is like a cheat death I can get instead, Lobos, of the heal spell, but I don't know what would be better. It's like one of the others, so yeah.
I'm just gonna go. I should probably do more defense rather than max health. I don't know. What do you think? So that'd be easier to heal then, but then
Yeah.
I don't know if you heal like all of my health guaranteed, or if you're just gonna
No,
heal
it's
this HP.
my heal does like should do like 250 now, I think. Maybe 300.
Okay, I'm just gonna go defense. There's a, I don't know. You might have said this, but there's a perk that increases your shield strength. So when you cast shields on people, it makes them stronger.
Yeah,
cool.
so there is a skill that is like a shield as well. Apparently that is better. Also, I don't think the shield has limited usage per match.
Oh, that's big.
So, I mean, I'll try that and I'll change my talent. Let's see.
I will. Yeah, actually, I'm gonna. Can I? Oh, you can easily just restore talents. That's nice. I'm gonna go less damagey and more tanky. So I think we need that.
Oh shoot. Dude, there's a talent. It says gain a shield when using special recovery. So special recovery, if you get hit twice, it's basically a talent that gives me a free dodge if I'm getting like destroyed by people.
Right, yeah.
So
Yeah,
I don't know if you have
gets
some.
that.
Okay, yeah, the self-preservation that seems like really good to get.
Oh wait. Oh no. I just mean I think everybody can do that. The special dodge or whatever.
Well,
Um,
the talent makes you use like no stamina though. Or actually, maybe at all. Yeah, I think you're right.
yeah.
No, you're right. You're right.
Special recovery does that, but you have something that give you a shield when you special recovery or something.
Yeah.
Ooh, nice. Okay. I don't have that, but I just have basically things can stack up defense, phys and magic resist. So I'm gonna try and do that. Okay.
Where's
Tank build? Let's go.
I don't know how to. Wait, it's psionic shield. Oh, here we go. Oh, all right. There's a talent that also gives me. So when I shield you, it'll give you movement speed. I don't know how much. Should be interesting.
That's nice.
Are you ready, Trey?
Yeah, I'm just in between. So I'm not sure what talent to get here. Okay, sure. Let's go with that.
All right. If only I had a res spell. I did like how in Dungeonborn, if you wanted to res somebody, you had to find like you could get the token from the altar and then like bring it to the body. Like you could keep it on you. I don't know if you remember that.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, we spawned right next to red. Maybe let's try to do it.
Down.
Trying some spells here, so I'm a bit.
What the hell is that? Oh. Oh, what the?
I missed so many of my spell casts.
Ooh,
The
green
staff
heal.
counts as like part of their body, at least. So
Oh,
and sometimes loot it. Yeah.
Nice.
All right. Well, I think just make sure to pull only one of these guys. And we can handle it. I'll pull him.
This guy will teleport and then he'll do like a frost nova, but it's a lot bigger than it seems. So just get ready to dodge out. There it is. Yeah.
Ow. Oops. Hurt.
Baggers.
Nice.
also spawns like mirrors of himself, and then if you kill them, they explode across. Nice, dagger to get him. Nice.
All right, one down.
Raven Priest robes for Sork. Ooh.
Another robe?
Let me see. Eloquence is chanting speed. Okay, this ring is 2 skills of cast speed. And
Oh, if the chanting speed is, I'm like, yeah.
I dropped it here next to it.
Oh, yeah, I see.
You wanna kill this other guy real quick?
Yeah.
Where the circle comes in. Oh, oh, that's cool. Got my shield up.
No.
Ow.
Don't look at me. Don't look at me.
Woohoo! What do we got? Oh,
Dominance. Oh.
you can take that if you want.
Yeah. I left the greens. Chest.
Oh, some bracers for me. Stealth totem to drop aggro and heal.
Nice.
Yeah, it seems like that's probably pretty good. All right, that was nice.
Way better with 3 people. Like he's
Yeah, no kidding.
stunned quicker and everything.
Yeah, yeah. I think the enemies scale depending on like trio or solo.
Like when you start fighting them, or you mean for the match?
For the match, like if you're queuing
okay,
solo,
yeah.
the enemies, yeah, I guess they have a third of health or something. There is a rogue class actually.
I'm going to move the zone.
Yeah, zone's moving.
I'm gonna open the door here.
There's like a chest on the map. Oh, there's also one in the red area.
Oh, isn't there a chest up the elevator? Or maybe not all of them, but I think we're good.
I think so, yeah.
I'm going up.
I feel like there's a team or something almost sounding like behind that door there.
Don't like fighting.
Sound like
yeah.
spells and stuff.
Oh, this is a different watchtower. We might have the boss up here. Let's see. Yeah, it's like the same guy.
Oh yeah, we can't fight him though.
With half of it covered in
Yeah.
circle. I don't know.
I don't think we want to go this way. I think we want to go back down. Cause like that just goes. I don't know. We're gonna have to like go through the circle now. Oh, I'm not sure if we should go this way.
It does not lead to. There's a rift here. It might take us to a better spot.
Is that your AoE thing on the ground?
Yeah, slows. AoE and slows, damage and slows.
Missioner bracers.
It doesn't seem that good, but
Sorcerer bracers.
Yeah, we
on
can do
this.
this. Nexus down.
Okay.
Woohoo! Yeah, there's a dude right next to us, so we spawn. Damn.
That door is open there and there's dead bodies, so...
And just make sure to keep topping yourself up, Lobos, the potions. Oh, I fell.
Alright. There's a ring here if you need it. I think it's attack ring. Oh wait, I might need the ring actually. Yeah, there we go.
There's Seal Gate. I wonder what that is. It's scary.
Oh, yeah. That looks like boss. That's like the only icon like that on the map.
Yeah.
Bell there. Behind the door here, I think.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, let's go get that. Oh, there's a purple guy here. It's one of the easy guys too. The bell guy might run away though, so I'm gonna go try to get him right away.
What the fuck?
The dink donk was just crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, holy shit, guys! We hit the jackpot. One for each of us.
Oh, damn. All right, all right. Oh my god.
Oh, so blue sorcerer staff in here.
Holy. Oh. Ooh. Oh man. Whoa.
Is that a legendary?
Legendary material. What the fuck? Oh my god. Two purples and blue. What? Which
All
spot?
right, yeah, Trey,
is
you
it?
can have those. Yeah, we should take note of this.
The purple
Near
ones?
the-
Yeah, yeah, take them.
Oh, yeah.
I took some from the other one. So.
What the fuck? I thought you just meant bell, like one bell for each of us.
Oh.
Oh,
Now we
how many
definitely
bells
need to-
were there?
Okay, there's only one. Okay, you know
Okay.
what? Actually, you guys have a bell. I'm take this one on the floor. I don't mind if I. Sure.
Yeah, let's just get bells and get out.
got a
and all
bell?
that stuff.
Yeah, I got the bell. We can go through here. So we can kind of stay along the edge of the circle this way. It says more woodlings are
spawning?
entering,
Yep.
so they could spawn outside the circle potentially. Yeah, finding those purple.
Bell in the distance, like super far
The
there.
blue.
I'm not sure. No, yeah.
Not sure.
I don't know. Probably not.
Oh, this stupid.
Oh yeah, we don't want to aggro that guy.
Something here at least. Good stagger anytime. Green staff.
Yeah, another sorcerer staff on this guy. I hear.
Oh, your bell. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
here?
go. I think it's
See
like
him, I
up.
see him, I see him.
Oh.
He's right down here. Their door is open though. It could be nearby. Okay, I think I aggroed him actually. He's coming. Nice. Come on, two. Oh
Nice. All right.
yeah. Okay. Should we just bounce?
I mean, I'm down to just get out and take the loot.
Yeah, we can.
We got some spicy stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
One for each of us loots too. Hey, I let him have the loot, alright, man. I didn't greed. Oh, nice run.
Yeah. I'm enjoying this game a lot.
Yeah.
What's going on? And the other classes haven't even tried yet, so.
True. Yeah, fighter seems really fun with the parries. I like. Actually looks pretty satisfying.
Yeah, parry sounds. Yeah.
And that's only half of him because you can use the Warhammer too.
Mm.
Ooh, completed a weekly. Blue ring. Did you say at some point you unlocked another skill slot?
Maybe I just forgot to equip it. It might just be like a class thing that you get one, like an extra. It's not like an extra skill, but like a, I don't know. This class is kind of weird. Like you have an ability that puts down like a pillar or like a totem thing, and I only had 2 different totems at first, but I got like a 3rd totem that I could put down, and that's like the stealth one that I was using.
Oh man, this legendary sells for 1,200, 1,300.
Damn.
But then it's used. It says it's just for merchants or camp construction. But I mean, when am I gonna get that far? Camp construction.
Yeah. What are you guys like selling for money at the moment?
I would say
Here,
yeah. It's good to keep whatever you need for the shop, because if you upgrade the shop, then you get like better stuff from it. I think that's the
premium shop. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the best to upgrade.
Yeah.
I guess upgrading the tavern is pretty good too, because you get more buffs.
Yeah, I gotta see if I can do a stronger wine. Oh, I can do one now. Oh, it gives you 4 perk slots. Oh my goodness. Every better ale.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
2 more slots. Holy cow.
I can carry more of the blood. The DS2 run still alive? The DS2 run is done. We finished it. It is over. 35 attack. You know, Epic Gear's actually not as expensive as I expected.
Oh, are you looking on the auction house?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like 300. Well, there's some pieces that are like 300 or 400 on the auction house. Yeah, I was talking to the creator of the DS2 Rando though, and I'm planning on commissioning him to do a 2x
so many defensive perks.
2x enemy rando for DS2. So I don't know if we're gonna do it like permadeath or if we'll just do it as like a challenge run or whatever, but yeah. Oh wow, I have a lot of stuff.
Oof, yeah, 2100. Ooh.
Freaking rich.
Wait, why are some of these so much more expensive? Oh, they give even more. Like, there's an epic weapon here that gives 3 different skills and +2 to each of those. Jeez. It's 10,000 10,000 gold or whatever. Golden blood.
That's expensive. All right, I'm ready whenever.
Almost.
10 Garg bots, right? Yeah, I don't know. The gargoyle fight and the Skelly Lords fight and some of those fights might need to be left alone. I asked him to like add an option to turn it off for like those specific fights, because I mean, I don't know. It might be, I suppose it like depends how it's done, but it might be a little too much.
All right. I am good. Let me quickly see if... Okay. Yeah, let me order some lunch real quick. Just 1 sec.
Okay. Double chariot, yeah. Oh, wait, this skill gives extra healing. Interesting. DS2 seamless co-op. Yeah, that would be cool. Spirit shield. Casting skills in the air. I didn't even know you could cast skills in the air. Wait, immune to exhausted? That's so good. The vitality skill?
Okay. Red.
Man, one of the skills makes you immune to like the exhausted effect when if you like run out of stamina.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's like once a minute.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's sick. Did you unlock the victory wine, Trey?
Sorry, what?
Did you unlock victory wine?
It's on the play screen. Like at the top right.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yeah, so now you can just like bring 2 extra skill like bonuses.
Oh, into the oh,
Yeah.
I see. I see.
Skill slots. And then if you upgrade at the camp, you can bring better ones that cost materials to do.
I see.
You ready, Trey? I guess you're probably looking through the skills.
Yeah,
Right.
just
Yeah, there's a
quickly.
lot.
Just
What's up, takers? Yeah, we're just checking out this game. It's all right. I'm not like, I don't know. This,
Sure.
I think this game. I mean, it's just in early access. It's in like the beta or whatever. It's cool. It's a cool game so far. I don't know if I would necessarily call it the Dark and Darker Killer or anything. Did I empty my inventory? I did. Sorry, somebody. I got one guy in chat. I feel like if this game was first person, I would or I don't know. First person would be cool.
Oh, I didn't know you could destroy those pillars that you spawn as a seer.
Oh yeah, I wasn't sure because I was attacking them and there was no damage numbers, but I think they can be destroyed. Yeah.
The loading screen just said that.
Oh, I see. Man, you're doing a lot of damage, Lobos.
I think it's both. I think it's all of us combined because
Yeah,
I've
fair.
thrown away my attack buffs.
I kind of want to work towards the fortress pathway and maybe try to get that yellow.
Same we got before or different one?
Oh,
prison.
fortress pathway. It's like the center, or we could go prison. That's closer to us.
so I guess we discuss.
North here, maybe?
Wait, is there a purple thing? Wait. I don't know.
I think this.
Oh
way.
wait, I'm going the wrong way. Oops.
Oh. Flail boy.
Wow, that did a lot of damage, sure.
That does like 140.
Oh my gosh, I just parried, like, he put a circle around me and then stuns me, but I just parried it. This drop down. This. Don't go down there. It's a death trap. This whole area.
No,
was
I think this is literally where I hopped on in the stream.
Oh, no.
So
Yeah.
that's it.
What the? have like... Oh. Chest is below us. I think it's one of those big... Alright, let's be careful not to like pull too much stuff.
Yeah, we can
Go this way first.
I think Trey's the one doing a lot of damage now.
Yeah, Trey hits hard. Alright, I think we gotta go down. Kill these guys first. Yeah, how fast do you, Lobos? Nice shield on.
Oh, this is nice. It's noticeable.
Okay, there's two guys. Alright, we can kill the axe guy first,
I think
or...
I think if we take the stairs here, I think I can get to like aggro them.
the axe guy
aggro.
aggroed. Okay, he's coming up.
Shit.
Okay.
Come here, dude. Oh, he's doing the range stuff.
Well, it's on you at least.
Yeah. I want to parry him. Bud. Yes.
Nice.
Oh no.
You might want to not fight him, like, that tiny little...
He was blocking him off with his knife.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna shield you.
Yeah, heal him while staggered. Damn. Oh, okay. Periodic damage, but...
Okay.
Oof. Oh my god, he's taking no damage, dude.
Yep. Oh yeah, he's angry off this.
I'm gonna try to heal up.
I have no energy.
He's
Oh
doing
god,
AoE.
oh god.
He's on me. It's okay.
And smashing him. He'll pull up? Yeah, okay.
I don't know. Shit.
Putting my
God
shield
damn,
down.
that hit hard, man.
I fell down. I'm gonna run around the stairs back up.
Oh, careful chasing him, Lobos, because there's another lantern guy.
Got some stupid enemy here.
Alright, we can fight him. Assume he's still chasing Trey?
Oh, I hear it swinging.
Wait.
Wait, there's other players.
He's
Other
a
players.
player.
Oh, and they're on him now.
Oh, he's... Are they coming from the stairs?
There's one attacking right on top of him. Should we wait? Let them fight a bit? Where does this, actually this rift might go down right next to him. I think it does. But...
I mean, I don't want to go right next to
Let's
him.
just look up above. Yeah. We can just hit them from up here, like...
Yeah, y'all can just...
Oh yeah, they're in there. Oh, one of them died.
Oh, there's one dead.
Okay.
Both of them died.
Oh.
Or, oh no, one got knocked down.
Yep.
This guy's definitely elite. Oh, what?
I'm on the sorcerer.
Yeah.
Oh, coming.
Oh, he's dead. Okay. Oh, broke beyond. Oh. I'm not standing up.
I'm shielding you, Lobos. Oh no.
Oh.
Go careful, Lobos. Yeah, back up.
Yes. I'm moving back.
I'm killing them. Bro.
Okay.
Oh.
They're all dead.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah,
This
this
taking
guy
too
is...
long.
Yeah, this big dude is.
I mean, are we even gonna be able to kill him in time?
Ow. Ow. That hurt. Holy. I'm gonna.
Yeah. Oh, he's doing AoE on me. Okay.
Okay. I see.
Oh, come on. Oh, shit.
I'm gonna shield you.
He's on somebody else. I'm out of my heals. Staggered. Oh,
That shit is.
that corner. Yeah, he's on me, I think. Yep. Trey.
Oh, look at me.
Oh, we're doing good damage.
Alright.
Keep it up. Big DPS.
Nice. Oh, dude. Very timing.
Careful, Lobos. Just keep
On
healing.
me. Oh shit.
On Trey, it's on Trey.
Work up.
Oh, I've got
I'm
it.
gonna shield you, Lobos.
Okay. Okay. Oh, he's kind of stuck. Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Oh, Popping a big heal.
So close. Oh. Oh, God.
Lord, dude.
Let's keep it up.
Done. Oh, Jesus. Oh, my God.
Oh, fucking die. I'm down. He's like one.
I'm pulling you up. Oh, you're going to be in the Gildamus, though.
I got him.
Oh!
All right,
You
we
need
just.
to run.
Yeah, we're. Oh, there's a
can.
purple.
Oh, my God.
Purple
How do we
axe.
get
Keep
to go
healing.
up?
Keep
We need to
healing.
go up.
I'm out of
I think we have to go up.
There's
Do
chests
we-
over here. I'm gonna grab. I'm gonna keep spamming
I'm
heals.
dealing a lot of damage now. Dude. I don't have any heals. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there's a.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna go down. This heal isn't enough.
Yeah. Fucking.
No!
I got down too. God damn it.
No!
I got a heal up, but I got down. Oh.
I can't. Oh my god.
Yeah. I think that's. I don't know.
Oh. Rip. Man, he took so long to kill.
Yeah, that is so fucked.
Oh, the players are doing the boss.
We were screwed either way, Chad. It doesn't matter. Even I shouldn't have went for those chests, but we were screwed either way. This guy's parrying the frickin' boss.
Yeah, well, I did parry him, and then I got insta-gid.
Yeah. God, that fight is rough. Oh, we killed him at least.
Yeah, we did.
Yep.
We learned him.
Yeah.
I got XP for getting precious loot. You know? Level 9 now.
Sometimes they retrieve some of your belongings, but like I don't know how that works.
That's true. Let's see. Mail. Oh, they gave it to me. I got the purple.
Oh, really?
Shit. Yeah. They put it in the mail. Dude. That's super nice. They just randomly go, oh, okay.
I didn't get anything. Maybe it's. Maybe I gotta wait.
Interesting.
That's all right.
Well, clearly I'm putting on the blue chest then. Blue ring, let's go.
All right. Well, I don't have too much stuff, but it doesn't matter too much.
I will carry. I'm bringing big. Look at this. Oh shit. I'm ready. I'm bringing a bunch of heals too.
Okay. Need to buy heal. Okay. I bought some more green gear, but I'm not too worried about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we completed the DS2 rando. Been playing Oblivion lately, but wanted to check this game out with Lobos. This game is pretty cool. I mean, the PvE is a little... I mean, the PvE is alright. Like, it has a dodge mechanic, which is nice. It's kind of Souls-like in a way, but... The enemies are quite spongy. But, you know, I'm sure, like... They would go down faster if we weren't constantly running away and healing and stuff. I mean, Dark and Darker has been in development for like 3 years, and it has 3 maps and like multiple bosses and stuff. Like this game. I mean, in terms of content, it's obviously less, but the game hasn't been out for years. So. Yeah. Well, the Sacred Chamber's here. I mean, sometimes you get lucky though, because like we only need to kill that one easy enemy, and we got 3 chests that before. It was crazy.
Yeah, we do have the circle on our side too. Let's go see. Oh, is that this?
Sometimes there's a chest where you can jump up there, but...
Yeah. Damn. Oh.
You're so strong.
We all strong. Oh shit, I hit a trap, I think. Or something. No. I don't know what that was.
There are players to our east, I believe.
Down the door?
Yeah, they're quiet now, which makes me think they might not be noobs, but we'll see.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh, no, they're noobs.
Fire was,
Alright, let's just go on this guy. think it's a duo.
Kind of stuck. Oh. Where'd he go? Oh, you see him?
Running back.
My turret got him.
Oh.
Well, I'll
Turret.
take some extra heals. I have 27 heals.
27. Holy. I'm like,
Do you want some,
6
Trey?
kills, barely have any hits
Here.
run though.
Take them.
Careful.
Oh, what the?
Oh.
They're on the ground there.
Wanna go in this dude?
Okay, so
Yeah, we can kill this guy.
Probably
Oh,
now.
wait, are you going in? All right.
I mean, the other guy is pretty behind us. Nice. I'm gonna shield you, Lobos.
Okay.
We'll take this other guy. Alright, nice.
There's one more dude in the back. Like, from the castle maybe? But,
It looks like he lost aggro. Oh my god, that was insane damage.
Got him with the fire.
Playing defense mode. Gotta stand out. Oh no, please don't. Oh.
Shielding us.
Oh my god.
I'm not climbing up.
Holy rain. Room. Oh god.
But yeah, top
I'm sure.
Wow.
Scary.
Rocky. Oh, pants.
Sword bracers on one of those guys.
I dropped him right there.
So that guy had purple. Oh, there's another guy up here. But then I think we get chests. Same kind of guy.
This guy sucks so much, his melee.
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, if he does his like,
Yeah,
that one, or no,
even
the
this
other one.
one's okay, but yeah, the homing one.
Yeah. I'm getting big damage in. Staggered.
Some stamina back.
The double, man.
Nice. Almost there.
Nice.
Alright, good work.
Oh, he's fallen. Oh, mithril lamp. What's that? Dreamweaver necklace, 12 attack. Oh, I don't have any.
Those boots
Oh, I'm
for burst.
Oh.
It's a magic damage neck anyways, so.
Oh, okay. Goodness.
Alright, where are the... There's gotta be purple chests somewhere around here. Oh, there's a dink donk.
Yeah, I heard the ding dong.
Oh yeah, down here, down here.
There's gotta be purple chests somewhere in this room, too.
Oh, yeah, true. Underneath.
Mm-hmm, probably, yeah.
Is the ding dong dead? Looking. Oh, nope.
has to be chests. Surely.
There's not one higher? Is there a gate or something up top?
Yeah, there's a
checked all
door
the way
up
up.
here.
There's nothing there.
There's a door.
Oh.
Oh yeah, they're in here.
Nice. Okay, I'm getting this bellboy.
I'm stealing everything.
For Lobos, I guess. Double back veteran pants here, I guess. I can bring them to Lobos if you want.
I got
them.
treasures I can give you guys. I will spread the wealth.
There was only one bell on that guy.
Alright, here. Treasure time. Boom. Boom.
Nope.
Boom. Boom.
Sure.
You can each take
There's
one
some
purple and
green
one
pants
blue.
here if you want, Lobos.
Oh,
I assume these are for you, right?
let's see.
A bit mercenary, right?
Yeah, I'm mercenary. Yeah. Ooh, this one has 2 stoic. I like that. Baller.
Alright. Well, that was a pretty lucrative room.
Yeah, that was good.
Not bad.
Okay.
How's it going, Domo? Well, there's a rift. Not cool.
Yeah, I feel like if we do that, get one big room like that, and then just try to extract.
Yeah.
So I'm full now.
And you do so much damage, Trey, with your abilities. Actually, kind of crazy.
Yeah, the bow does a lot of damage, but it's kind of slow to cast.
Yeah.
And you need headshots to a lot, but yeah.
Ritual vault.
Yeah, I mean, Vault sounds promising. Oh shit. Big axe guy doesn't have any purple on him either, so.
Yeah.
Chest over here.
Scrap leather in the chest if anybody wants it.
Need pelts.
Yeah.
I wanted to upgrade my tavern.
Oh. Full of gilden.
Oh yeah, the PvP is alright. Oh. You really gotta find
Yeah.
these bell guys.
Yeah.
I guess we kind of have to wait until they say that they're like arriving, whatever.
Yeah, this one's in. There is a sacred chamber we could check.
Isn't that where we
Well,
cleared?
That's the
Oh, is it?
one we cleared.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm willing to bet players are gonna start showing up though.
I see another chest on the map.
Yeah, I don't know if that means it's there or like, you know,
Yeah.
normally there. Early. Another bellboy soon. And the ones that show up later definitely drop more. So that's kinda
Yeah.
cool. Brass necklace.
We could take the rift.
Oh yeah, because in the circle. You're ready
Oh
to
wait,
fight.
bell.
Oh,
Oh,
the bell
You're right, you're
behind. Yeah.
Okay.
how much? 2.
2? Nice. We going?
Okay.
Wait, do we all
Already?
have one?
Yeah, I have one.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay, I didn't
I
realize you
called
got
it
one
earlier.
before. Nice.
Yeah.
There's a guy in here we could kill if we want, but or we could
Yeah.
just I don't know. Is that greedy? It's in the circle, but
I'm
asshole.
down to kill him. But
oh wait, there's players. Let's just leave.
Yeah, I've been scanned too. Close that door. Dingle
I'm ding
dongle.
donking.
wait. Oh.
Did I steal yours? Maybe.
No, I like it started looting when I started spamming F, so I was like, we did cancel it. But
You can't look at their gear.
You can or you can't?
No, you can't. This guy's got like a big Warhammer though. Man, the fighter looks Warhammer 6. Pretty
Oh, I see.
crazy.
Yeah, the helmet looks awesome. Woo.
Level 9.
Iron Man. Oh, we killed a boss. Interesting. Like a boss, I guess, tier enemy.
No, it says kill 6,000 bosses or higher tier monsters. What the heck?
What?
Yeah, that's
For a
what I
quest?
just completed. Yeah. I don't know.
600.
I wonder if that's like damage. Well,
Yeah,
no,
maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah, mine says 6,000. Kill 6,000.
Yeah, I it's probably just mistype. It's probably like damage
Yeah.
or something.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Didn't realize we've been playing so long.
That was a nice round though. Pretty good loot.
Yeah, it was.
Oh, I got the scan now, so I can scan for players.
Oh, it's your class that does it.
Yeah.
Nice. Ooh, I got the next level of healing. 20% healing. Let's go.
Well, we have 4 pieces of blue gear. Guess we can also get a weapon. We've got the ring. We need boots, blue boots, and blue helmet. Necklaces are still worth a decent bit.
Oh, there's an item on the auction house
Yeah.
called a dried flower knot. It says used to directly activate the Mist Lord's inner yar mode. So maybe it's hard mode, that altar.
Oh, what the?
Oh my gosh.
Interesting. Health. Seeker? Oh, getting an enemy increases movement speed. Still playing DS2 or Oblivion? No, I'm gonna play this game forever now. We are a full-time Mistfall Hunter streamer. Mm-hmm. Yep. Quit everything else forever. Hey, Patrick, thank you for the 3-year resub.
This is so hot.
I can buy the berries. Is that enough heals? A few more. Alright, I'm back to my full green gear.
Oh damn.
I almost have a full blue set, but I don't really want to wear it.
Yeah. I'm bringing 4 blues and a purple.
Holy
Anyway.
shit, okay. Alright.
Holy.
Maybe I
Oh,
should
yeah.
just bring it then. How much, like... Wait. $164, $247. Yeah, it's definitely a good amount. How much is rare armor? Oh yeah, the rare gear is actually cheap. It's even like I've been buying it from the shop, but you can just buy it from the frickin' auction house for cheaper. Yeah.
Oh dang.
Yeah, it's like
That's
100 for the blue pieces.
I'm about to sell this orange, this legendary upgrade material because they sell for like 2K, 2.2K.
Jeez.
So I want to use the money then to buy materials to upgrade, like my.
Can you
pool.
buy the materials?
Yeah, you can. They're
Oh
pretty cheap.
shoot.
I need the gray ones, which are common, but like I don't. Those are the ones I'm missing.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do it. I'm selling that orange.
Need 200 to upgrade it? What the?
All right.
Could have just used my chests. Okay, well, I'm ready.
Ready.
I'm ready.
Should have drink your wine.
Hold on. Yeah.
I drank a good wine.
Yeah, I'm having fun with it. Dude, look at this helm. Got a blue helm on.
Yeah, it matches the,
Like
the
a-
road. Some sort of wreath.
Yeah.
How do you see with that thing?
I mean, this game is fun. I don't know if it's better than Dark and Darker at the moment, but yeah, the game is cool. I mean, it has dodging and parrying, which is a big step above Dark and Darker at least. Dark and Darker's combat is like so simplistic. It's kind of painful, honestly.
I have
Well, the
three
sealed
scans.
grounds are right next to us, so I say we work our way there.
Just ladder, maybe? There's somebody up here. Not, NPC. No, I did the thing again. Gotta take step before I use my ability. On lower level or upper? Oh, yeah, it's right over here.
Not a streaming game? I don't really know what that what does that mean? Use for tray?
Yeah. How is it? Openable. Okay. Bean. Let's see what we got.
Is this the boss room? No.
Not the boss. Oh. Oh, shit. What do you guys think?
You have
I'm gonna do
epic
this-
gear now. I don't know. I say
I'm gonna try the scan just to see how this works. Maybe I can see any players nearby.
Hmm.
okay,
That's
well I
already-
aggroed him.
That's what I
Ow.
think.
This is on.
It's on you.
Okay. Big carry. Oh. You gonna pull up? You can just barely get away from him. Oh, we're killing him much faster.
Yeah.
Come on. Attack me. Attack me. Oh, miss.
Oh, he
looked at you.
We are doing good damage though. Close to half.
Yeah, much better than before. Oh boy. Whoa! Okay, that's new.
Oh, there's a
Dagger.
archer dude aggroed me outside.
Alright, you can just kill him. Oh gosh, the other guy's on you.
Yep, I have no energy.
He's coming for you. I'm on the archer.
Okay, I might spawn.
Archer's dead. Alright, he's gonna come in. Oh, he's doing the range thing? Is it on?
On me.
Carry. Oh, I don't know if you guys can hit him there. Oh, what the fuck?
Chilling.
Alright.
Oh, this guy's such a jerk.
I feel like letting him come in here. Oh,
Yeah, I think
I don't really have anywhere to dash up there. She's getting stuck on this corner, though. Oh. Oh, it's not too bad. Dude,
We're almost there.
look at me.
Oh, Rosie.
Just pull up. Okay, he's dead. Nice. Can we both? No, I guess not.
Oh, the zone's coming.
Silver bowl. Oh, I'm gonna take this ring. Tank.
Anything good?
I didn't look at the rest.
Door here.
Oh, sorcerer hood.
Can you pick it up?
I'll pick it up.
I don't know.
Is that another? It's not another one of those guys, is it?
Bad
good,
potions
Lobos?
heal so slowly.
Yeah, I'm good. Berserker killed somebody. I'm gonna go check the loot on this guy. I didn't check it.
Oh, Trey, here's your helmet.
Thanks.
Okay.
Oh yeah, now look cool.
Yeah, but I wonder if I can jump up. Not very well. spear guy up there.
Oh shoot! I actually. Oh, we gotta go this way. This guy's not that strong. I don't think, right? No. Oh, there are players nearby, so make sure to healing.
I'm doing a scan. Oh, I'm not doing a scan. I'm just gonna scan just so we know exactly where they are, assuming they're nearby.
I see them.
They weren't
Right
close
ahead.
enough.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, never mind. Right.
We're going to rift up.
I mean, we could rift up. I think.
They're gonna have to come this way, right, for the circle? Although, I don't know, they could go around.
Yeah, let's rift up. Why not, right? Or
Yeah. I think. Yeah, let's do it. Sure. They're on our right, I think.
Can you scan them again? Oh.
Maybe that's just an enemy.
yeah, I think they're a bit further away, maybe, but still on the right side somewhere though.
Well, we're close to the boss. If we do want to try it, I mean, we're pretty geared this time, but I don't know.
There's
how
a ice lady on the left.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a player right here. Yeah, behind the gate. They were pushed up against the corner. Should we open?
If you want to.
Oh, the heartbeat I think means somebody's out of stam nearby. What the? You hear that?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, we can go this way to the boss if we want. I don't know if we should do the boss though.
Yeah. Definitely hear sounds over there.
We have one more scan left.
Oh, okay.
So I'll wait on it a bit.
I mean, somebody's invis near you? Oh.
Oh, I grabbed the first lady. Oh shit.
Oh, we're fighting it, or
Sure. I mean, we can kill it fast.
probably don't be fast. Come on, stagger. There we go.
I think somebody is doing the boss, actually.
Fine. When we were doing it, it was a fog gate, but I don't know how.
Yeah, I see like a yellow fog like through the door. I mean, we
Through
could
the door?
open
Oh.
it and see.
Yeah, I guess it was a show. Oh, there's I didn't have a
No.
net. I feel like we would hear the boss a lot more.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
Oh, with this
It's a heartbeat. dude.
invis person near us. They're in here.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
What
damn.
about this?
There we go. Holy shit. That's what that means. That's sick. Oh no. Oh no. We're
Ow.
We need to heal. Use your R if you need to. I've got him.
Okay,
Yeah,
a lot of
just
blues. I'm just
gotta go
spamming
over.
okay. Just get him. I invised you. Oh, you're really low, Trey.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh no.
Resin if you can. Oh god.
I'm
Okay.
probably gonna die.
No, it's on me.
You're up, but I mean, this is kicking really hard.
We're so
Yeah,
far.
it's sticking. Yeah.
Yeah, we fucked up. Oh no.
It's so far.
Yep, I'm sorry, the greed. I just killed everybody. I'm sorry.
Yeah, the rogue had like full blues, but
Ah, man.
And we lost everything. He's baited you so hard. He did. Well, it wasn't even. He didn't even bait us. It's just like we baited ourselves.
Yeah.
I knew I should have ran, but I didn't realize how far the circle was.
Yeah, that's crazy.
yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I feel like I guess you gotta respect the circle a lot in this game, don't you?
Yeah, you really do. In Dark and Darker, the circle is like, if you have potions, you can just live there, like, for the entire game, so. 1v3? I mean, if you consider that a 1v3, more power to you, I guess. But that was just completely our
I'll
fault.
grab a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, I gotta BRB quickly.
I think like majority of our deaths have just been to the circle. Like you really, really, I don't know. Yeah. We greeted way too hard. Somebody should have stopped me. Been like, we gotta, like, we shouldn't do this. Greed is not good. Oh man, we threw so hard. That's okay though.
Go forth, touch the demon inside me.
We're good as new. Like nothing ever happened. Lobos lost his purple axe, though. How it sounds when there's 3 rogues stealthing you, yeah. God damn it, dude. That was so I feel bad. I fucking killed us all, dude.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Are you guys going rags?
I just put on some green sides, but you can go rags if you want. Not a big deal. I just used some of the armor chest thingies that I had.
Yeah, yeah. I have a white weapon. Don't do that. Oh, I can't afford heals. All right. Whoa. We killed one boss.
Oh.
You got that quest?
I got the
Give
epic one. Yeah.
Epic weapon. Oh,
So I guess Lord is like the actual boss of like the dungeon.
Yeah.
Then.
for sure. That's sick.
Hello. Do you need healing pots, Lobos? Should I bring you some?
I mean, if you're like balling, if you're rolling in cash.
I'm not
sure.
balling, but I want you to have healing.
I have like 6 or whatever.
Okay,
or 9.
I can bring you a few.
Yeah, I've just got the 9 defaults.
Got the level 2 ale. Wait a sec, does it use ingredients every time you use the level 2?
Yep. That's what the malt
Okay.
is for. And
I
something
see.
else. But yeah, I mean,
Alright.
that's
I'll just
why
use
it's
the
so
baby
good.
one then. I see, I see. Alright, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm pretty much like rags and green staff, so
I don't know if I should go for the shield or the healing skill chat. Okay. I don't know if the healing spell or the shield spell is better. I feel like the healing was better, but I can only use it 4 times.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know. Hey, Kensha, thank you for the 33 months. Is it good or it's like Dungeon Born? I mean, I thought Dungeon Born was alright. There were some things going for that game, but... Been using shield because pots are pretty cheap. Yeah, but the healing, like... I mean, it can heal a lot. But yeah, the shield doesn't have, like, limited uses, which is really nice.
oops.
And the shield has, like, 2 charges, so you could use it, like, back to back, I guess, as well. Oh, here's some heals, Lobos.
Thank you.
Well, this is the Sacred Chamber. It's not red, but I wonder...
This is
Is
also
there-
the way to the prison, but
Because there was 3 big chests up there. We can go check the room if you want. Let's see what's in here.
Yeah.
boots.
Oh, there's still a purple up here.
Yeah.
What the? Wow.
I thought it was on
at
me.
all. Yeah. Dagger.
We're all wailing on that does go down pretty fast, at least.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna break the ring. Oh, nice.
Probably another stagger soon.
Yep. Oh, I can't dodge. Oh, nice. Side step. There we go.
Nice. What do we got?
Lover's ring. Oh, a tank ring. Ish.
Yeah, up here was the chest room. Maybe there's a bunch of chests. Oh, there's 3, but it's not just one big one.
Oh.
There was 3 big ones the last time. Anything good? It's treasure.
Spirit antler with
Oh, yeah, Spirit Antler too.
What's up, Mana?
Well. There's a room this way.
It's the
Oh,
vault.
it's the big berserker guy. He's not the yellow version, but
You want us? Actually, I guess he doesn't unlock a chest or anything. Maybe we just down here.
Well, I accidentally scanned, but nobody's nearby, so.
There was a big chest here last time. Guess it's only if there's like the red
yeah.
or if the purple symbol.
Oh, you need pelt, right? Here's a pelt.
I actually don't need it anymore. Or well, I probably do. I guess I don't. I'm not actually sure.
I mean,
if
I need some too, but
Yeah.
if you got.
I don't know. There's not much red near us. We could go to the prison, towards the prison, if we want.
Is
We have
it
a pretty
good
straight
circle
shot.
line?
What's up?
Oh, I was just seeing if it was good on the circle. Oh, no.
Oh yeah, it's in the circle.
What the fuck? Blood jar. Do you see the Omega chest in the top right?
Oh yeah,
it's
the Trilliard. Yeah. Well, we're not in the circle anymore, so yeah. Let's respect the circle. That's the lesson I learned from the last round.
Nope. Bell boys? Oh. I hear dinking to the west.
Oh.
Yeah, it seems like if we go through this doorway. It's like west and up. Could be back from where we came from, but. Oh, you hear it? Ah, see, it's up higher. Maybe chest? I mean, maybe lift.
Yeah, I guess we probably should go up the lift. I don't want to be like the greedy guy that just steals everything. I feel like sometimes I feel like I'm doing that.
What's down here?
Oh, you
Party
found
in
him.
here.
Oh, wait, no, he's... Oh, there's one through this door. I need to aggro this bell guy.
Oh, shit. Pinned.
It's kind of far.
Full of gilded blood.
No, there's 2 different bells this way.
Yeah.
3 bells, actually.
Oh, wow. What? Crazy.
I'm gonna do a scan here.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Right on the other side. Oh. Oh.
He's in there. I'm gonna aggro him. Oh. I'm just gonna kill him and...
Yeah.
Just running for zone, I guess. I don't know.
Oh, I'm using the wrong... There's only one. Alright, let's go, Lobos.
Damn.
Straight up the zone now, basically. Go this way.
Alright, we're chilling. Yeah, there was one only.
Big chest nearby, huh?
Yeah. Oh, the bell guys are coming back soon.
Oh, there's people on the other side of this room.
Yeah.
Well, we can go this way to the south. Oh,
The
oh
left,
they...
yeah.
That damn frost lady, though.
I mean, we're kind of... I don't know, yeah, I don't know.
I think we're in a bad spot here.
Yeah.
Oh no. I aggroed the frost lady.
Oh.
That's like a stronger archer, too. Frost lady. No. Down.
Yeah, I'm not...
We can kill him, like, this archer's like, already at half health.
I don't want to go up in the aggro. Oh, now you aggroed the frost lady.
I mean, this just gives us space to work with.
Let me keep eye on the door here.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus. I've still got two big rings, so
Okay.
I'm not too bad.
Energy. Oh god. They're right behind this door here, I think. Here, a lot of stepping happening there.
Yeah. Things opening. Oh, shit.
You can't even crouch that. That's dumb.
You look down?
I did not look down.
Yeah, I don't.
Figured you could crouch it. I guess you just dodge it though.
Oh my god.
Okay, I have no energy.
Hi. There we go.
What do we got? Breastplate.
Oh shit. Oh, warrior pendant. Oh shit. Alright.
Oh, we might have to run into them anyways, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yo, Qwerty, thank you for the 4 months. Zach, thank you for the 31. Yeah, I'm good.
Alright. Oh, they weren't in this actual room.
What the hell?
No. Maybe they were below or something.
No, they were definitely in the room, I think.
Yeah, we could see them in the scan. They were on like our level, basically. But
Oh, I missed that.
there's like bodies here. Oh, there's like a dead player here.
Hmm. Oh, there's another dead player here. I feel like all the players might be dead at this point. Pretty small.
Oh, there's a team down here off this lift, I think.
Oh, coming.
Oh, somebody down here. Solo guy. He's coming up the lift now. He's coming up the lift.
Oh.
Reading up my AoE here now. Can they come up? Just a
Here
blast.
it comes. Oh my god! Holy shit!
Oh, he's
Oh
poor,
my
man.
god! Jesus Christ!
We eviscerated
Oh my-
them.
Dude, he's like, oh man, got greens and stuff. Wow. Wait, where did my blue?
Oh, sorcerer robe on this guy, and like 120 golden blood.
Wow. I don't know how I did 300 damage on a leap. That seems like too much. I don't know.
Thing. Well.
Oh, right.
That
We
was
need
nice.
bells, dude.
Oh,
There's one
yeah.
over
What
here.
the hell are we doing?
There's a player here too.
Okay. Oh, it's stealth. Whatever. Fuck it. Don't. We can't. Lobos. We just gotta.
I know, no, but over here's the bell. That's what I'm trying to.
Yeah. It's above us
Oh.
though.
Here. Oh no. No, not
That's-
here.
Oh, he's...
Bros, we have 25
Please get
seconds.
up there.
Oh, fuck.
Ah.
We're dead.
Oh,
Where's the
I-
bell? Where's the bell? Just go away, I guess.
And I don't even know if I'm gonna get this in time.
I'm gonna steal it. Bye.
Goodbye. I'm sorry.
Oh, the player! Oh, the player killed me! No! Wait, I thought. Okay, I was gonna say. I thought it was supposed to end like right there.
Oh no. This frickin' swarm, man. Maybe like we should try to split up and get multiple, because there were like multiple bells there, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there were
Like, I
guess we
three
can-
where we had to leave. Remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I guess it
that
was like
so many-
maybe the early zone still, so maybe we should just,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. There's a bell with 3 at the end circle. Well, yeah, we saw it. We just couldn't get to it. So we didn't know how to get up there. Well, you guys can have the bell the next one. I feel like I've had the bell like every time. Healer gets out first. Yeah. I don't know. The orbs giving shield seems nice, but you also want to like do damage. Camp. I need 3 pelts.
It was moving.
Do heavies for 250 damage. What? How? Is it this rune vulnerability thing? The left burst rune? This one? Phototropism? I don't think I have high enough level for that anyways, though. I mean, I could get rid of the healing. Okay, I'll try it.
I'm ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh wait, that'll level up. Whoops.
Oh.
Nice.
I quickly check this new skill. It's kind of a meme, but sure. Let's try this.
The freaking global chat is always just Russians. It's just all Russians.
I look really dumb with this helmet and this shirt.
You look great.
How basic.
Looking like Dovahkiin. True.
Yeah, that helmet.
Stardew Valley is like a super comfy game. I never finished it myself, but
Oh shit, beams? Oh.
Yeah. Big beam.
Oh, this is like a big chest here, like every time. I mean, it's like, I guess, medium chest. Ugh, just a pelt and then throwing axe.
trash. Wait, we have a Oh, never mind. Yeah, let's work our way towards that red.
Oh, can you aim it? Oh, that's pretty cool. Actually.
Yeah.
Seems pretty good.
Yeah.
I feel like I probably should just do more like as a normal attack on my class instead of the bolt if I want to use it. No other abilities. I replaced my like big AoE thingy.
Let's go to
What do
the
you
foyer.
Yeah. Oh, okay, okay. 3 big chests. Oh boy. No, that range is absurd. Oh god. I'm gonna go in here and try and take care of some of the smaller
I shielded you.
I need something in the back. Oh, the energy recharge speed.
Yeah. Ice lady's coming for you, Trey. Oh, holy shit, that was insane damage.
Oh my god, I got them. Wait, never mind. I thought I got another ice lady.
Did aggro. Two
Wait,
more
you died?
enemies, though.
Yep.
Okay, this guy's dead.
It's alright. Oh, it's derping.
Yeah, a little derpy, yeah. Come on, that wooden guy. Or the rat. The brute man. Nice.
What do we got?
Oh, the chests.
Ooh, a blue amulet. Yeah, do you want a green amulet, Trey?
I have a blue one at the moment.
Oh, you have a blue? Okay.
Just mats so far. Yeah. I like mostly mats.
Antler.
Antler. Did we loot all these guys? This guy's got loot.
You want a green amulet, Lobos, or do you got some as well?
I have nothing.
Okay, here.
Oh, the green.
Yes.
Nice.
All right. Well, let's we could go to the Trill Yard. I don't. Isn't there like something we could fight there? Hello.
Probably.
We only have
Name
15
would be-
seconds before circle closes, so.
Wait, there is. No, no.
Look, it's just like normal enemies here since.
No! No! Come on, stagger him. There we go. Green seer pants. Here you go. Oh.
This gun just rusty.
Well, if we go west, we can get that chest. It's pretty close to us. It's in circle.
Mine too.
Yeah. Might be people there, but
I think this lift is automatic, right?
yeah. There's also a chest over there.
The chest is lower.
Oh no,
Oh god.
that hurt. You guys get that?
Oh my
shit?
god.
Oh my. Oh.
All right,
Yeah, we got it.
everyone.
Don't worry about it. Dude, what the hell? Maybe dodging is better.
Let's jump.
No, you gotta jump. Oh, oh shit.
Oh no.
That.
All right. Well, we fucked up.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Not the first time for this in this place.
The
Woodlings will soon enter. There's a purple enemy with a purple gate down below. Oh, it's a huge berserker. I don't.
yeah, I don't think we want to mess with that
We
guy.
just go this way.
Yeah. We just gotta focus getting on the bells this time. And I'll get out. I mean, at least if we make it to the end of the circle, like, and just the multi-layer on that last one kind of screwed us.
Door open in the distance, I think. Yeah, I think there's a rogue. Or like forward, left, that way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He's nearby. He's nearby.
Yeah, got my team there. Just crouching about.
Oh, ding dong.
Oh, they aggroed the axe guy. Oh, he's down there at the bell.
Yeah, I see him.
You can go get it, Lobos, if you want.
Do we go for this?
There's nasty stuff down there, though.
Yeah. And I have my... Oh, here.
Okay, I'm gonna drop.
Boss dude is right there. Oh, there.
The
We
road
got
is
there.
on us.
Yep. Oh, I'm dead.
I'm shielding you. Go on this road.
Getting an EC so hard. Oh, shit. Yeah, oh my god. Those baby enemies.
Just heal up, Lobos. Heal up.
Trying.
Shielding us.
God. Frost lady now, too.
Oh, Jesus. We might... I don't know.
Did we loot the bell?
I got it, yeah. Or wait, no, I don't.
I'm here.
Oh my god. Okay, we gotta fucking run, guys. This is...
Yeah.
Oh, god.
They ran away, I think. They closed the door and all that.
Close the fucking door,
but
please. Close the door.
Yeah. I'm reviving. Oh god. Please don't teleport through the door.
Come on. And I fell in a fucking hole. Are you... Oh my god, I can't... this is so cringe. You guys have to open that door for me again.
Yep. Yep. Doing it. Opening. Almost open. Closing.
I'm healing.
Okay.
Yeah, they went this way and closed the door behind
Did any
us,
of you
but-
get the bell, or did one of them take it? Okay.
Bell.
I'm like pretty much out of heals.
Yeah.
I've
got
some
3 left.
weak heals. Here's some weak heals for whoever needs.
Nice.
Well, we should probably kill this guy and work our way this way. Yeah, this guy's not that strong, so I'm gonna shield us. Shield you, Lobos. Sorcerer, green sorcerer hood here.
Okay.
That's on the ground.
Yep. Bell behind. Through the portal
Oh,
here.
up there. Oh yeah, let's take it. Yep.
Nice. Should be 2. Yeah,
Yep.
it's 2.
Nice.
We doing?
I mean, we're in. Yeah, well, we're out of heals. Yeah, we should just go. I
I'm
think.
full. Yeah, full inventory.
I'm not full, but yeah, not many heals left.
Oh, what?
Somebody threw a potion,
Potion?
or like the firebomb at me. It might have been a player. I don't know.
Oh. Well, I got shot in the head with an arrow. I think the archers can throw stuff.
Yeah.
Woo! Made it out, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Money.
Oh, My auction sold at 2100. Let's go.
Damn. He's rich. It's the archer on the scaffold. Shop have any good stuff now that it's level 5? It's got a ton of jewelry. Yeah, it's not even worth buying the blue gear though, because you just buy it on the auction house for cheaper. Kind of funny. 3. Do that. I feel like my warehouse is getting kind of full. Well, it's still okay-ish. Can't matter if you don't die. Well, the camp upgrades your stuff. Like, it gives you better healing, lets you carry more of the money stuff out. You can get a better shop. You can get more auction slots. You can get better drinks. So yeah, there's like a good amount of progression in terms of the camp is kind of like the progression. From what I could tell. Look at that catalyst. Oh my gosh. Gonna sell that stuff for now. I need to buy more potions. Hmm, 15 potions. Make sure to get more potions if you didn't.
That I will. I am.
Why no YouTube stream today?
I'm buying stuff to upgrade my.
I don't know. I probably should have YouTube streamed, to be honest.
Like my
I don't know.
Gildenblad pool and the goddess statue.
The main reason I didn't stream on YouTube is because I thought I might be playing a bunch of different games today, and I don't know. I feel like I feel like a lazy bastard saying this, but it's so annoying having to change my I need to change the description of the stream. I need to change the title. I need to change the thumbnail. Like switching games on YouTube is just so much more annoying. It's not really that big of a deal though. It's like first world problems that I'm complaining about, honestly, but I don't know. I'm just like not used to it, I guess. Just laziness, I suppose. But yeah, I should have streamed on YouTube. I'm gonna use the restroom, but
Okay.
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
All right, I'm back. Have to change title to change game. It's more so just having to like do a every single time I switch games, I need to look up a fucking picture on Google Images and download it. Just so I have a thumbnail that's not a different game. That's honestly the most annoying thing. I really don't mind it like just having to download some like background image. Tough life. I mean, I never claimed. I recognize that it's still not that big of a deal. All right, I'm ready.
Okay, I'm just picking a drink thing. I'm gonna take a defense aura for you guys too. Red.
Some people just use a generic thumbnail that represents their channel as opposed to the game. Yeah, maybe I should do that.
Ready.
Apparently Kick allows multi-streaming now, chat. I mean, I guess I could multi-stream on Kick. Not that there's really any downside. It's not like I'd be stopping my stream on Twitch or YouTube, but... yeah, I mean, there really is no reason not to, like, expand. At least if your internet can handle it. Yeah, Kemi, Twitch allows you to multi-stream on, like, anything now. I mean, it's not like I'm going to be promoting gambling or anything. It would just be...
I don't know if I like having to open a door every time we load it.
Yeah. Not with the... There's an axe guy. Fuck it.
Uh-oh.
I'm going in.
Oh my god.
Get him, Lobos.
A lot of looting.
I think this guy's weaker. Yeah.
He is. He doesn't have like the yellow aura in him. Oh shit.
Oh, that's... I ran out of stam, and of course he targets me with that.
Oh. Oh, nice. Good time. Oh. On. There we go. Goodies?
This is jerk got.
Oh.
You could take that neck. Oh, there's a sorcerer, blue sorcerer staff
It's physical.
for you, Trey. Here you go.
Does anybody want this green neck? 50 max health is.
I'll take it back. I think that's the one I gave you before.
Yeah,
Let's go main gate and go north up the fortress path.
I think I'm opening the door. I thought I was open. Oh, it's an athlete. Oh. Going. Lady's almost dead.
Nice.
Yeah.
We are getting much faster at clearing stuff.
Yeah.
The levels help a
Here,
lot
boots.
in the
Here,
towns.
boots here.
Oh, cool.
Oh, what was that? What is it?
Some backups.
Did I?
I got it.
Oh, then
It's all good.
okay.
I hear big stompies.
Oh, Andrea Boca, thank you for the 2 months. Okay,
Course,
just another one of these guys. That's fine.
Just a regular one.
Yeah. Oh, he broke my... Man, when he does that move, you just get so much damage in.
Yeah, yeah. Whoa.
Nice.
He never gives me the chance.
Yeah, they need to give your class like a taunt. Magic damage ring.
It does.
Take it.
Oh, I see where we're at. Where we got caught that other
Yeah.
time. Wow. Exploded. I expanded so now I can have 400 Gilden Blood max.
400? Jesus.
400. Oh, are we fighting this thing? I guess we are.
We are.
We got rate. We got room.
He beat me back.
Wonder if I make us Invis, if that...
Like drop real quick.
Yeah. confuse them or something.
Ooh. Oh, you might get a damage bonus from like an aerial attack. Like if you're higher. That might be how I did so much damage to that guy with the plunge.
Yeah.
Oh, this one is actually coming.
That's okay. At least it's just like a straight path up there.
Yeah.
I'll just take the rings.
Well. Yeah, I don't think we want to do boss.
Probably not.
There's
No.
prison
We
chest.
get player scan just in case.
Oh, there's
Oh,
players east.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, right
But
behind the
guys,
door.
the circle. We gotta. Let's maybe.
Yeah,
We have 2.5
So-
minutes. I don't know how long that fight could take, but we might end up getting circle fucked. Oh, my game crashed.
No!
Oh,
dude.
Mm,
Maybe we'll be back in though.
yeah, hopefully.
Still,
And we'll defend. Waiting. We still got 2 minutes on the circle.
Oh, there's reconnect coming back. Nice. Well, good thing we didn't fight that team, eh?
yep. Okay, do we just go towards the circle for now, or what?
Yeah, I was just checking this chest. Yeah, I mean, there's that prison room, but we don't really have enough time. Oh.
Oh,
we
there's
gotta-
killing bell. There's a
yeah.
killing bell. Get
Is there
the door
can
here.
you get on that side? Yeah, this door there and go left.
How many we got? I'm not taking it this time. I don't.
Oh, this is this room.
A bell. Where?
Oh yeah. Is it down?
We're down. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
down,
it is down.
north.
Yeah, we can jump down if we want.
There's a door right there.
Go through this door. Just open it. Open it.
Oh.
I thought that. I was afraid that axe guy was gonna hack across.
I'm gonna close the door behind us.
I'm gonna check this chest.
Oh, he's down there. Two?
One. Grabbed it. Got a dynamite right there.
Oh, what the?
How was that stream?
That was the horsey.
Horsey.
Oh, the horse.
Well, behind us.
Oh, yeah. They
Oh,
killed
it's
it.
down. Oh no.
Is it?
Uh,
Down
wait.
where?
Oh, I
Oh,
got
you
it
can
on
res
you.
me.
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah,
I jumped off into the void. At least you don't
Oh,
die.
no.
Yeah.
Oopsies.
Whoopsies.
He is down that way.
Yeah, I think it's.
Yeah, we just need to go around
here's
the way
right here.
Lobos is. Yeah. I'm just glad I didn't fully die from that.
Yeah. Oh, I see him.
What the?
Yeah, he does like a counter attack. Are we leaving, or you want to keep checking?
Could maybe get a little bit more loot. How many heals do you guys have? Did you drop me any?
I'm
by chance?
on.
Yeah. Here's 3.
I got 3 extra. I guess I can drop if need be.
Okay.
During this.
Smash. Player, ranger, at least.
Oh, I see. I'm heaving.
No.
Charging.
I'm like silenced or something. Trey,
Oh
careful.
yeah, I'm so low.
I'm getting effed up there.
Lobos.
Yeah, I'm gonna be out of stam. Yeah, I'm down.
Oh my gosh, I can't. I have to just run.
Yeah, they're chasing.
Yeah, they had like a daze ability. Like
Yeah,
a
the
AoE.
healer has days.
Mmm.
Rip. I don't know, Ranger seems pretty oppressive.
Level 11?
It was like such an awkward position to fight them. I was like silenced the entire fucking time.
I'm gonna kind of completely swap my spec for a little bit, try out something different.
Alright.
Sounds good.
I don't know, that was really we should have just left.
I could try two-handed hammer too. I like the parrying though.
Okay. Yeah, I'm putting on the stun rune.
Ooh, nice.
Complete 20 games? No, wait. Have we really done 20 games? Maybe. I guess.
Maybe. We've been playing a lot. I'm going hammer spec.
All right.
Let's
Nice.
see how it goes.
All right, cool.
All right, you're lead now, Lobos.
Oh, you DC'd. That's right.
Yeah.
Or you crashed or whatever.
What's up, Salad? How did your DS2 go today? Congregation Nashandra one-shot you? Oh. How did that happen? I just realized Trey isn't a mod in my channel. Not that it really matters. Like, that. I don't know. I just like mod streamers I know. Just because why not? But none of them actually do moderator work. She did her slam attack, and because I got hit by the stone chest piece guy, I couldn't dodge it. He lasered me while I tried healing. Oh. Oof. What is Lobos doing?
All right, I'm bringing just a blue hammer. We'll see how it goes.
Alright, yeah, I don't have much either.
Yeah.
Yeah, that last fight was rough. I feel like fighting uphill is also so bad. I couldn't aim any of my targeted stuff. Like it
Yeah, even for me. I luckily got a pretty big spell in there, hit everything, but yeah, it's just...
I was thinking in that I was gonna like run around the corner and then like bait by using our bells to try and leave, and then until they come around the corner and smash them. All right, I'm ready. Oh, I got a drink. I guess I'm gonna be more attack focused, so I'm probably gonna be pretty squishy. Although
Yeah,
a lot of
that's
times
alright.
when I get killed, I'm not even using my shield because I'm just getting bashed around anyways. Let's go.
One thing that's also kind of awkward is like, if you're on a target and we try to help, like a lot of the time we can just attack into you and then like the
Yeah.
attack just gets eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah. The good thing about the beam is it's like pretty easy to not like. I think it just pierces, so it kind of just damages
Yeah.
everything in the path. But again, you're just sitting duck basically, so it's
Right. Oh, that's gonna be a lot of stagger. Dogs here. Oh man.
How's the hammer feel?
Good so far. Haven't used all my abilities yet. I've got like 2 dashes though. Very nice. Oh, that was not it. Ooh, that was good.
Man, where do we want to go?
I mean, prison's red down there, but ooh, okay. Kind of easy to miss. Big leap attacks.
The charge attack on this is good, but it uses so much.
Holy cow. I do have spin to win now. Ah. Okay. Okay.
Grab this chest.
This archer. Yeah, this has a lot of knockdown, which seems pretty dang strong.
there's a mercenary helmet on this body. Just a bit crude one, but I guess something.
Wait, are there 2 bodies?
Wait, are you mercenary, Lobos? Is that what
Yeah,
that class is
yeah.
called? Oh, okay.
Wait, where's the... I don't see it on this body. Oh, there it is.
If you go down... Ah, that's right.
What's dude in here?
Ooh, okay. Something interesting. Get over there.
It's been fun. It's been fun, so, yeah. The fucking enemies are tanky as shit, though. The PvP's been fun. I feel like we don't really see players that often. I guess a lot of people are just dying to PvE. And I'm doing like no damage to this guy. I should probably use more of my abilities. 2-2-2 playstyle, yeah.
Ooh.
Nice. Grocery hood.
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, I saw you daze him and then he got stunned. Like, that's pretty good. Enhanced fire grease jar. Okay.
Putting it on. That's rough when you don't really have any like reds near you. It's weird. We also saw there was one spot there was no red, but it was like 3 of those chests though. The purple key spot.
Yeah, I don't know. Smash. Oh, we aggroed
Good coming. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
What's happening?
Oh, we got somebody behind us. I'm gonna kill him.
Oh, okay. Here's some energy back.
fast.
Might die. Oh my god, please.
Oh, he's jumping. Oh, my god.
Reviving.
Oh, he's on me. He's on me. For now. Oh, he's changing targets.
Oh, nope. Yep. Good move.
Should be able to
Trying
get me now.
Or something. He's no, he's on me now.
See you later, Kokuya. Thank you.
What? Oh, good timing. Ooh. Drop some fightery stuff. That's nice. Sorry, mercenary stuff. Out of my drinks though.
Oh shoot, already?
Yeah.
I can drop 3 drinks, I guess.
Oh no, I've got potions. I mean the R.
Oh, the
Oh,
good
right, right.
ones. Let's see. I feel like I never use the good ones like as much as I should. I kind of forget about them.
Oh, what?
Is that your lightning orb, Trey?
Yeah.
Do you use... Oh no, you don't use catalyst, you use the staff.
That was pretty good. Yeah, we should go to the door.
I really want to try to fight that boss again.
The main boss?
Yeah, because I mean, it was just me and you. Like, I feel like it was doable,
Yeah.
to be honest. If you have the heal supplies and everything,
Yeah.
we could definitely do it. He's got to drop some like crazy stuff.
We could, we could blow everything we've got for one big run.
Yeah.
Try the boss.
Well, I mean, we could try the boss with crappy gear, and we won't have people like contesting us probably. If there is like high gear lobbies or whatever.
Right.
Oh, that fire.
Yeah. Hurts me too, though.
Oh, did it? Shoot.
Yeah.
There's a freaking archer like shooting us from.
Oh my god.
Oh, Trey's down. We just gotta kill this fucking guy.
Keep dropping merc gear. I'm not complaining. Chests.
Anyone want a green amulet?
I've got one. I have 2 potions left.
Well,
We
do we have any bells?
No, I don't think
Nope. Do we drop down for that gate down there?
Gate?
Oh well, I'll just go by, I guess. Oh, the circle. I don't know.
Yeah, sounds good.
Spawning.
Might want to, yeah. It could spawn back here, I think, still, so.
Right here. Faintly looking. Nothing over here.
Yeah, nothing here.
Well, the last one will give us 3 at least. Or it's supposed to, I think. So.
Niagara there.
Up. But
Alright, I'm out of heals now.
I feel like I heard a bell here this way, maybe.
Yeah, I thought I heard something too.
I'm gonna open this.
It should, one should spawn. Oh, wait.
Oh, here we go. I hear it.
It's so far away. I
Is
think
it?
it's so. It is pretty far away in the zone. It's gonna hit also pretty hard now, doesn't it?
Oh,
Okay, that one should give us.
over here. This one right over here.
That should give us 3, I think. Opium.
Yeah.
Please.
Really.
He looks big.
Big. Oh, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. He's a big boy.
Oh, you
Come
can
on,
see
big
like
boy.
3 bell icons on him
Yeah!
glowing. Maybe.
Oh,
Yeah,
let's
you can
go.
actually see how many bells is glowing on the icon. And that means how many bells he has.
Oh.
Yeah, he had like 3 bell slots glowing, and every time it looted one disappeared.
Hell yeah.
Nice. Got out with the blue hammer. Oh, yeah.
Nice.
Oof, that was close, though.
Yeah.
Luckily, there were no more teams, it seemed.
Yeah, I think if we queue with no gear, we most likely won't run into people because they're all gonna die PvE.
Yeah.
All right, taking the gear off. Dude, I got decked out in that run. Got like 2 or 3
Nice.
blues, some greens. Okay. All right, one quick mad dash, and then I'll have
Do
to
one
go.
more. All right.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
I need a weapon. Oh, there we go. Yeah, trash weapon.
Go forth. Touch the demon inside me.
Yeah, leveling up gives you talents and stuff, and new skills, which can be quite strong, honestly. How much are like the green gears worth? 60? Yeah, if you want to buy green gear, it's like so cheap from the auction house. But...
Hmm.
And you can like go for a specific you
Like
know,
skill?
skill, which is quite nice as well, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really have any money, so.
It's the seer stuff is super cheap. All my stuff is really expensive.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like your seer blues are at the top of like the bracers almost for me, and I have to go so much further down because it's sorted by price.
Hmm. I bought
Your
the wrong
blues
thing.
are 144, my greens are 180. Ugh. Oh well. All right. I am
Alright,
ready. Hopefully we spawn near the boss.
Yeah. But are you putting on, did you put on like all your good stuff?
No.
No, okay.
I
Just
bought
checking.
grays. Or whites, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even have pants.
I see. Wait, do you want like a good like a weapon at least? Buy one maybe.
I have a white hammer. I'm still hammer spec, so.
Oh right, your hammer. Okay.
Yep.
Alright, I'm bringing in a hammer for you, buddy.
Ooh. All right.
Green, nice green hammer for you. Make sure to bring enough heals if we're gonna try the boss. as well. I don't know how many you guys are bringing, but
See, I have 15. I have 16 regular ones.
okay. Yeah, maybe a few more, Trey, to be honest.
Okay.
If you can afford it.
3 more.
Alright. I brought like 25, so I can give you guys some.
Damn.
What would you rate this game out of 10? I don't know, man. To be honest, I don't know. I like the game. It's fun. I think the combat, I don't know. It's honestly hard to say. Oh, we're right next to it, dude.
Oh, we are.
More or less.
Main hall.
Oh, here is your hammer.
Oh, thank you. Wow. No.
Do you have any rings, Lobos?
I got grays, but yeah. Or
Okay.
whites.
Here, take this ring. Right here.
Nice.
There's veteran boots here. 3 months. In this party.
Boots?
Oh yeah.
For Lobos here.
It's so good.
There's a green ring in here. If somebody needs.
A health one. Alright.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
y'all ready?
Sure.
We gotta go. I mean, we're in circle at least, but all right. Here we go.
Oh, he hits him while he gets up. Hot early.
Making me use so much of my stamina.
Oh god. Oh my god, dude.
And get out of there.
Oh.
Oh, he's skill line.
Yeah. Okay, so he's got that. That's good to know. Oh my god, dude.
Crazy.
It's like no iframes on the dodge.
Yeah.
Holy. This is so rough on melee.
Yeah. I think the parry would be really good here, probably.
Yeah.
I saw one guy that was doing the boss and he was just like parrying the shit out of it, it looked like.
Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I don't have parry anymore. I have sword and shield, but
Yeah. He has a long recovery after that, like, jump slash.
He does,
Oh,
he
we
does.
staggered him.
oh, big.
Oh. Oh, God. Oh, God.
Oh, he just kept going. All right, let's see. Try and
All right, go for it. Go for it.
rescuing. 50%. On you, Trey.
Yep. Good DPS there.
Yeah, that was really good.
No way. Oh, the double hit got me charged. Okay.
Okay. Oh, wait.
Nice. I think you got it.
75. Okay.
Ping energy up, so.
Come for you. Looks like. Oh, what? He turned in midair, dude.
Now we're halfway there.
On my last 6 heals, but I learned to fight a lot more now.
I can drop heals, I think.
I'll let you know if I get to 3.
Yeah. Oh.
Right. Let's see.
That like hit happens way earlier than he lands.
Oh, good. We're good. Hey, buddy. I don't know what that is. Oh, phase
Jesus.
2. Oh, God. Having flashbacks to the monkey and Monster Hunter and this?
Oh god, Brishing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That looks fun for melee.
Yeah. This is a big tell.
Yeah. He's about to like rip his chest open. I guess that's the tell. Oh,
Wow. Okay, he leaves a trail behind too. Oh, jeez.
Done. He might switch to me. I don't like this.
He switched.
Yeah,
He switched. Oh God. I'm going. Oh, the boulders.
Well, it's over. I can't res anymore.
He gets so much more shit to throw out.
Yeah.
If we do boss again, I would try on Ranger or something. Blah. All of his attacks like spawn shit now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Just died in a circle.
Oh. Double charge.
Yeah. All right. I mean,
That was a good try.
terrible. Yeah.
It's tough.
We had not
That is
super great gear, right?
Yeah. And yeah, I don't know, fighter there. I think if you had parry, like if you parry that boss, fighter's probably one of the best classes for it.
Yeah.
But if you can't
Depends on
parry
if
it,
yeah, how much you can parry it is.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, I also think my laser beam would do big damage because like it's pretty obvious whenever I can just beam it for a little bit and when not.
Yeah.
So
Sweet. Well, I
Yeah.
gotta run, friends.
All right.
All for playing though.
Yeah, if you want to play again, Lobos, just let me know.
Yeah.
Be down.
Cool, we'll do.
Thanks for joining us, Trey.
Yeah, see you,
no
Trey.
worries. I'm gonna go in bed now.
Sleep well.
All right,
Yep.
yeah, take care, guys.
Bye.
Yeah, that boss is tough. That was fun. That was a good attempt, though. You got it to like what, 30%? What the fuck? Hopefully this kills Dark and Darker. I mean, I don't want Dark and Darker to die. I do think Dark and Darker needs some competition though. So Dark and Darker is killing itself at the moment, yeah. I was having fun playing Dark and Darker again, but now I'm sad because the market is back. And the credit card warriors are like probably out in full force. Maybe it's not that bad though. Maybe it's fine, but honestly, the market is like, I don't know. It's kind of annoying that you jump on an NPC's head and jump again sends you flying. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. What do you mean market? When I say market, I mean like you know how this game has the auction house, right? You could buy gear from people. Well, like the same thing is in Dark and Darker, and you know, there's a lot of people in the game. Like the problem is when the market exists, it incentivizes cheaters to like farm gold, and therefore, well, like people can make money, like IRL money from farming gold, so then they cheat, so they can make the gold easier, or they like team up. I don't know. It's just the market is like so. I feel like it's so bad for the game. And within 1 day of a new wipe in Dark and Darker, like if the market exists, people are already in just like insanely good gear. Like the snowballing is crazy. How many people are playing this? I don't know. Somebody said there's like 5 to 10k people playing it at the moment. I wonder how high level. Chance for excellent items to appear in the shop. Oh, the accessory shop. Interesting. I feel like the shop, I don't know. Maybe the epic items are worth buying, but antler lazurite. Oh, the wild berries are worth a good amount. When's that RBO race? When are you finishing the rando, Nubis? I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Yeah, this game is cool. I don't know. I wish the like, I think it's actually nice that it's kind of random where the good loot is. That's actually something that I wish Dark and Darker would do, is have like randomize elite mobs and like stronger mobs that could be in different locations or on the map. Yeah, it's kind of a shame that Dark and Darker hasn't managed to do that, but when are you learning Najka, Skip? A good question. Yeah, it was fun playing this game today, though. It's a cool game. If Lobos wants to play more, I don't know if I care enough to play this game solo. I really want to kill the boss, but people get killed by the PvE so much, you could just be a rat. I mean, we could try like one solo match just to see what it's like. I'm kind of curious, actually. How do I like pick Lobos? Solo matchmaking. Sure. Let's just see what this is like. It is pretty similar to Dungeonborn, yeah. Two X enemies race, on the other hand, that sounds great. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to try the 2x thing permadeath, but I might just, I don't know. We'll see, I guess. I don't know if I'll do it just as like a challenge run for like a YouTube video. Honestly, I don't know. Are the mobs even weaker on solo? I actually can't really tell. Doesn't really seem like it. Maybe they stagger easier. I kind of want to try the fighter class, though. The parry seems pretty fun. What the fuck? Are you serious? A legendary? Is solo loot, like, cracked, or is that... These guys really love to run up in like melee range too. fucking things like never have anything in them. No, I didn't mean to use that. What am I doing? Oh, there goes one of my heals. Oh. The staff dude reminds you of Jory. Oh god. Not Jory. Auto lock on for spellcasting? There's no such thing. Am I gonna get a stagger? Never mind, goodbye. Goodbye. What? Can't loot it. Weird. How's the game so far? I'm enjoying it. I mean, it's not like not perfect or anything. It's a little janky, but I don't know. I like these dungeon crawler extraction games. I don't know. They're oddly fun. They're like satisfying to play. Dude, we are getting like, I don't know. Maybe, I guess we're just lucky. Surprised how much stuff we're getting. I don't know if Cleric is very good in solos, though. Maybe it is. The stamina regen is like my biggest complaint about this game, though. It's, I don't know. It's really rough, I feel like. DS2 stamina. Fairly accurate, honestly. Yeah. Can I... How do I put my fucking weapons away? Oh, I have to drop this. Are you serious? That I... Fuck off. Wait, can I explode it? It's just not possible for me to get in there. Okay, that's cool. That's fucking cringe. Thought I would at least be able to use the... The bell guys are here soon. He destroyed my frickin'... Give me my loot. More damage. Oh. Die. Where's the fucking bell guys, man? Oh, I gotta go this way. What is this debuff effect that's on me? No idea. Ding donk. I'm getting out of here. just gonna go. We got a legendary. Huge. What a run. No, solo was pretty chill, honestly. All right. How many people in a match? I have no idea. No clue, actually. Can I upgrade anything? 3 antlers. Oh, 3 bowls for the warehouse. I don't really need to upgrade the warehouse, though. I don't know. I'm kind of having fun doing this solo. I guess I could try another one. Why not? Oh. Need to drink. Just one more. Try bosses solo. I don't know if you'd want to do them solo as the cleric, though. Or as the seer, I should say. I wonder what the best class to do it solo is. Is this the same spawn as last time? It is. I'm try to loot the altar this time. There's some pretty good loot in there. Attack stats are getting a lot better. I was wondering if that was gonna drain my... There's a purple guy here. Fuck it, I'm gonna... Wait. I'm gonna try. Oh yeah, it doesn't have nearly as much health. Well, I ran myself out of stam, but it's probably okay. That wasn't bad at all. Earless boots. So there should be some chests up here that I could loot. Oh, one here too. No, you're not solo on the map. There are other players, but most people are just dying, I think, solo. My guess is most of the sweaty players are playing in teams because it's easier to kill the bosses and stuff. But yeah, I don't know. Hard to say. It does seem like they're scaling at least. So, is the game fun? I mean, I'm enjoying it. Yeah, it's not like perfect or anything, but I'm having fun with this game. Better than DS2 Rando? It's not comparable. I don't think this game is going to keep me busy for weeks like DS2 Rando did. There's actually a player here. I don't know if Cleric is good in like solo fights. I feel like once somebody gets on me, it's gonna be like over for me, but did I finish Elder Scrolls? No? Seems pretty good, honestly. I mean, I don't know. That guy was... Turret's kind of broken. Yeah. Yeah. I got kind of fucked up. Poor Demented. Alright. Wait, there was another guy he killed. Hold on. He like killed somebody right as I like showed up, didn't he? Wait, was this the guy? Oh yeah. What the hell is this? Can I jump? Oh. The... It's awkward. What? Oh, come on. Can I really not sidestep that? Kinda wanna try to fight this guy, but... I also feel like maybe I shouldn't. My stamina, dude, it's so fucking ass. I don't want to dodge because I just want to keep my stamina. Oh, fuck off. Come down here, Archer. I fucking dare you. Really? Alright, I'm just gonna take the loot then. Alright, dude, I don't want to deal with this guy. He's like, I feel like I'm never gonna be able to kill him. Like, I just can't be bothered. Oh. Really? That fucking hit me too? Are you serious? It's fucking bozo. Dude. What the fuck is this enemy? Holy shit. Oh, there's a fucking... This fucking idiot is still here. Oh my god. Okay, I'm just getting out of here. I don't want to deal with this nonsense. Fucking Mikey Mo, you piece of shit. I fucking hate rangers in these games, dude. They're so annoying. So annoying and like Dark and Darker as well.
An awesome choice, stranger.
The Binding Rune. Wait, that's the... Oh, yeah. Alright. Well... Honestly, Cleric seems decent and... Doesn't seem that bad, actually. Why does it... Which... I need everything except pants, okay. There we go. What is the eloquence? Oh, chanting speed? That's nice. Did I not buy it? Ah, the fucking UI. Alright. Said it was sold out, yeah. Alright. What's that sound? Somebody's like... Somebody sounds like somebody's breaking shit. Blood. Wow. I feel like so much of the loot in this game is just like ass though. Oh wait. Okay. Wait, did he destroy my... Oh my god, why does it take like literally 15 seconds to get back to full fucking stamina? It's genuinely like so bad. Like, I dodge him, and then it's like I can't even get Stam back in time, dude. Ugh. Stamina regen is genuinely, like, so fucked up. It's, like, not okay. It's kind of creepy. Somebody over there? Kinda sounded like... Dang it. I don't know if you can get stamina regen stuff. I'm really not sure. Are you fucking serious? That's so fucking lame. Like, what do I do? I don't know. It's just like it doesn't cost him stamina to attack me. If I use that sooner, I'm so confused because like there's a move. The move that I put down there is supposed to stun him. After a short delay, it establishes connection with all enemies within range and have reduced movement speed, but like I don't know. I guess it didn't work. Guess it just doesn't work. It's really the only way I can get away from an enemy, I think. Well, it says they become dazed after they leave it, but it also says that they have reduced movement speed, but it didn't even connect to the guy. Didn't even work. For some reason. I think I want to put on... It's just so rough that I need to use stamina in order to use any of my useful abilities. Yeah, I know, but was he not in the circle when I summoned it? I feel like he was, but I guess not. Honestly, if I had, oh, hold on. If I had this one talent, it would have been fine. If I had self-preservation. Or actually, I don't know. No, well, maybe. I don't know. He auto-attacked you out of the cast? Well, I'm pretty sure that cast is what put me out of stamina. I don't know. Whatever. Why do casts even cost stamina? I don't know, to be honest. I guess it would be too OP if they didn't, but yeah, I don't know. The stamina in this game is like absolutely fucked.
Welcome home, Asher.
I'd say the stamina is my only my biggest complaint about this game. The stamina is actually like fucking atrocious. At least you could do the basic auto attack with this class without using stam. And yeah, all of my like spells take time to cast, and if I get hit once, then it gets interrupted. Well, except for this one, I think this one is like instant. It's like a knockback. Like we probably should have that one on for this. That motion blur? I don't know. What's up, Denny? Is there a way to make the stamina in this game, like, not completely terrible, Denny, by the way? Because I will say, the stamina is, like, I don't know, it's, like, fucking vile, honestly, how bad it is at times. You're playing the most stamina, least stamina interactive class. Yeah, I know, but like the enemy with the axe, for example, I dodge him, and then I regen my stam, and then he attacks before, like. Oh, cool, great. Put this bozo on me. Dude, what the fuck is happening? Dude, I don't know, man. The enemy hit. I don't know if the ranger hit me there, or if the enemy hit me all those times. I lost half of my health instantly. I don't know if, like, do rangers headshot for 360 damage? Because I literally lost half my health to, like, something. I don't know what it was. I should have shielded myself, though. I don't know, dude. I just kept getting hit by random fucking garbage there. Like, I don't know. Like, the enemy was all the way on the ceiling, and then I jumped down, and I, like, somehow got knocked over on my ass from, I don't know, an ice attack. I guess. I don't know, man. That felt so. It felt like I should not have been getting hit by the enemy there, but somehow I was. We could have killed that ranger guy. I opening the door? Like time to be out of stamina forever. The infinite loop. I guess if you get them like stuck. Wow, he instantly destroyed my turret. Can I just like cheese him? The stamina is so fucking dog shit. Yo, thank you for the raid, Karmic. Thank you, man. What's going on, guys? I find it funny, is it like worth letting yourself run out of stamina in this game? Like for some reason, when you're exhausted, your stamina recovers faster, which makes like no sense. Why not Expedition 33? Because I was playing this today, Lopos. TwitchCon EU planned? I don't know. I need to get my passport renewed if I'm gonna go to TwitchCon. So yeah, my passport's expired right now. Actually. Wait, I didn't bring in... Oh shit. I didn't bring in any healing elixirs. That's not great. Ready for some ramen action? Yeah, I'm down. Oh, there's a player here. What? Do these guys have like a teleport? Okay. I guess my skill's on cooldown and I have no fucking stamina, so I can't fucking do anything. Oh my fucking god, this class, like, it's so, oh, these fights feel so fucking terrible. It's just like, you're just out of stam and you're just dead. Like, I'm at 20% and I just can't fucking do anything. Like, I can cast my shield and then I run out of stam and then I die. I can use my, like, I don't know, man. Everything I use except dodge, everything I do except dodge costs stamina, so I just don't, I don't like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel like I did an okay job there. It's just, like, they attack you, once they get on you, you have to dodge, and then you're just stuck in this loop of, like, you not being able to do anything. Because there's just no way to get your stamina back. Yeah, I actually just, like, don't understand how PvP works in this game. Well, you end up in a situation, like, the thing is, if you run out of stamina, the rogue can just hit you 25 times in a row and you just die. Like, you're just dead instantly the moment you run out of stamina. So you have, like, 1 stamina bar for the fight, and then once you're out, you're dead. And you can't be offensive because, like, I bind him, and then I do a charge attack, and I'm almost out of stam. I don't know. Maybe the energy perk. I don't know, man. I really don't know. I guess rogues also have, like, a teleport or something. So I have no idea how he managed to get through that door there. I don't know, man. I guess if a rogue gets on, I guess if I run into a rogue, you just lose. Yeah, I know about the keys. It's like Dark and Darker all over again. Everybody just plays rogue and solo. But really though, I mean, so, like, let's say, like, hypothetically, right, I'm on the rogue, I use this ability, and then I use that, and I do, like, a charge attack, and I'm like, and 1 dodge, boom, I'm already, and now I have to wait 15 seconds before my stamina is back to full. I don't know, kind of fucked. It just feels so bad not being able to do anything. Like, do any of Rogue's things use stamina, I wonder? Or do they just get to do everything without, like, using stamina? Just give me 10 seconds. And it's like, dude, okay, sorry, I'm going complaino mode. You can't even side strafe those projectiles. You have to frickin' dodge every single one of them. Maybe if you're far enough away. This is some ass. I don't know, I guess Cleric is just not good in solo. Yeah, you use a totem and it takes so long to charge it up. And then you lose half of your stamina for doing it. It's kind of questionable. Ooh. Oh, okay. Only totem at the start of the fight. I don't know, man. I don't know how you fight a rogue as this class. Like, it just doesn't feel like you really can. Because once they're on you, there's like nothing you can do. You can't like get them away. I mean, you can dodge away, but then you're out of stam. And if they stick on you, you're gonna, oh my, all right, this guy's gonna fucking kill me. Let's just loot the chest. Yeah, I'm having fun with this. Solo is really imbalanced, though, it seems like. Alright, I don't know. We can maybe try the rogue just to see what it's like.
Welcome home, Ashen One.
I'm just surprised. I'm surprised there's no skills to like it doesn't seem, considering how punishing stamina is in this game, I find it very strange how there's so few skills that help with your stamina regen, or like ways of negating the stamina being so bad. I guess there's oh wait, smiting, recover energy upon dealing a critical hit. Why do I feel like you can't get this as Wait, can you get that as the... No, you can. Because the thing is, every time you hit them in the head, it's a critical hit, right? Hitting weak points deals critical hits, increase... I feel like smiting must be, like, really good. Well, I'm gonna try one more then with this. I want to see what it's like. The Oblivion Remaster World Record. No, I don't really care. To tell you the truth, I really don't care. Can you get smiting on, like... The thing is, that still requires you to hit, like, their weak point. Oh, you can... You can get it on a necklace, it looks like. And a ring. Try the energetic talent. Yeah. I could try that. I don't know how much it actually gives you, though. What is the Mist Lord? Oh, wait, you can just... Oh, in the boss fight, you can just actually leave the fog, I see. Okay, let's see, wait, how much does this recover when I... Wait, is there like an internal cooldown? Oh, there is. Yeah. It's not bad. I don't know why I'm like... I don't know, I'm like kind of low-key addicted to this game a little bit. I don't know what it is about the dark and darker likes that are so... Okay, maybe addicted is a bit of a strong word, but I'm having a lot of fun with this. Although I think I prefer playing it in a team. I don't know, this game, it's like, it's kind of jank, but it's fun. Yeah, I don't know, I just have a lot of fun playing the extra, like these fantasy extraction games. Oh shit. Another legendary. Well, hopefully I don't get killed by a fucking rogue. At least I'm gonna just try to, like, I'm not gonna try to fight people. I'll just try to stay alive. I mean, that's a lot of money. That's 1,200. I don't know how much that total stam upgrade helped. How long the game will survive player base wise? I mean, this is just a test. Like the game isn't out or anything. This is like an alpha test, or maybe not alpha, but yeah. There has to be a way to speed up the recovery delay. What if? They should make it if you're crouching, it recovers faster, honestly. Oh my. Should leave. Well, you can't leave until you find the guy. You need to find the bell guy. That was a weak guardian? Yeah, it was. I don't know if I want to leave that door open or not. Afraid somebody's gonna be coming behind, potentially. A natural born loot goblin. That is probably part of it, yeah. I do love me some loot. %10 stam increase. Yeah, it's pretty. I feel like it's kind of a mid talent. That fucking scared me. Oh, come on, man. What was that fucking baby's jump? Fucking jump for ants. Okay, well, this is not great. Oh shit. Can solo the boss super easy on Steer Naked? Oh, really? I got 2 legendaries this run, Denny. I'm fucking rich. Wait, I'm up 5K? Wait, are they can you sell them on the market or something? For more? Oh, really? So I have 3 different legendaries. Ah. Horn that does nothing, I see. Crystal Hive 30, oh wow. Handling fee. Wait, what? Did it not actually? Soul jar. What about the ship sculpture? 1200. Oh, they're basically this. Alright, I guess I'll just sell that one to the merchant then. Unless sell or save it. Yeah, I guess I could just save it. For doing their quest lines? Oh, you mean the upgrades or whatever? Like this stuff? Oh, the journey. I see. I kind of want to upgrade the horn. Let's see, Spirit Antler. Let's see. Well, I don't know if I can upgrade more stuff. I don't know if I should even bother buying, like, gear. Just gonna get rogued again. Windwalker rune. Wonder if that one's good. Hold on. I'll be back in a sec, chat. Okay, I'm back, guys. Expedition 33 is so good. Yeah, it looks fun. Ooh. Look at that. Oh my god, I am rich. Actually, though. Damn. So what is like the best skill for cleric, Denny? Like what do you go for on your armor? If you're still here.
Oh, very good.
Darius, thank you for the 24 months. How much are the clothes? It's also cheap. Oh. Vitality skill seems pretty good. Oh yeah, somebody was selling it for like cheaper. Hmm. Can you get smiting on this on a weapon? Oh. Can you get bits? No. Alright guys. Maybe not in blue. Oh yeah, like maybe different color. Yeah, maybe. I think I'm gonna call it a night here, guys. I actually would like to play more, but I'm gonna go take Larksa. She needs to go to the store, so I'm gonna go drive her. I've been streaming for like 8 hours anyways, so it's been a long stream. But thank you guys all for joining for this game. Honestly, I'm having this is a fun game. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it tomorrow. I think we'll get back to Oblivion tomorrow. Maybe, I mean, I might come back later tonight afterwards, after I get some dinner and maybe play this game a little bit more, but yeah, we'll see. Yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. And I do want to play Expedition 33. That game does look pretty cool. I don't know, there's just so many things right now, guys, like Expedition 33, Oblivion, there's this game, I kind of want to play more Dark and Darker, the DS2 rando. So by the way, I commissioned the creator of the DS2 rando to make a 2x mod for Dark Souls 2. So I don't know if we're gonna do it permadeath 2 times enemies and bosses, or maybe maybe we'll just do it as like a challenge run, because it might be, I don't know, it might be like too difficult for permadeath. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see. So that will hopefully be happening in the future soon. Modder can pay rent for another month. All right, well, yeah. Thanks for watching, everybody. I don't know who I'm gonna. I'm not gonna raid anybody tonight. I don't know who to raid, and I gotta go. I gotta go like right now. So yeah, and I might be back later tonight. So feel free to stick around. But no, I mean, I don't want to promise anything. I might not be back tonight, but it is possible. I may come back. Larksa's doing all right. She's okay, but I appreciate the concern. We are freaking rich now, though, dude. $3,000, and we have another thing sold for 3,000. Hopefully, let's see. Is it? Oh, somebody already undercut me. You fucker. You know what? I'm just gonna put one. My deposit is lost, but whatever. I don't really care. All right. Late night comfy Oblivion stream? Yeah, maybe. Or I might play more of this game even. But I don't know. I'll probably wait. Probably wait to play with like Lobos again. All right. Have a good night, guys. Take care, everybody. He's addicted to this. It's fun, man. I'm enjoying it. I want to kill the boss. I want to kill the boss once, at least. Don't drop the price. There's not that many selling the same item. Well, I'm not going to drop it anymore. It's okay. I lost 50 gold. It's okay.